Good morning. I will start by asking the hearing team to please elevate the court reporter to panelist status. Good morning. I'm looking to the court reporter. Are you ready for us to go on the record?
Not just yet.
Okay. Applause.
One of the links isn't working. I will let you know.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And to those just joining us, thanks for your patience. We're just making sure we have our court reporter
Thank you.
fully connected. Yep.
And I didn't know until just that second because it seemed like everything was cooking, and now it looks as though
Well,
we're here.
it looks like we have another court reporter in the
It
attendee list.
just,
Let's
yes,
elevate that. If
yes, thank you.
Great. There we go.
All right, I'm ready whenever you are.
Wonderful. Thank you
Thank you.
very much. Good morning. It's September 11th, 2025. I'm Nicole Kinsey, presiding hearing officer for the Administrative Hearings Office of the State Water Resources Control Board. This is the hearing on the pending petitions for change of water right permits 16478, 16479, 16481, and 16482 of the Department of Water Resources for the proposed Delta Conveyance project. I am conducting this hearing in accordance with the July 31st, 2024 Notice of Public Hearing and subsequent amendments. This hearing is being conducted by Zoom webinar and is being broadcast live on the AHO YouTube channel. Both the audio and video are being recorded, and we will post files of the recording in the FTP folder for this proceeding. The YouTube recording will also be available on the AHO YouTube webpage. We do have Ms. Mullen back and assisting us today. She will be handling the screen sharing of exhibits and moving along of the slides. So if you're a witness, you may simply ask Ms. Mullen to advance to the next slide. If you have a presentation, and attorneys, you may feel free to ask Ms. Mullen directly to bring up a particular exhibit. If at any time you're experiencing technical difficulties trying to communicate with us or accessing Zoom, please send an email to us at dcp-wr-petition@waterboards.ca.gov or to the usual AHO email inbox. AHO staff are monitoring that and will try to assist you or let me know. I know some of our team members this morning had trouble with internet connectivity, so we had to troubleshoot ourselves. Hopefully it will not affect any of you during the day today. We will take breaks today as usual, mid-morning, lunch, and we will have a hard stop today at 5 p.m. as usual. I think we have very briefly some procedural issues to address this morning. It sounds like we have consensus on witness order, at least the immediate witness order, and I understand there's, we have tentative gaps in the schedule going forward, but I have a feeling those will be resolved. But at least for the next few hearing days, I think we have an understanding that we would finish with Sacramento County, not finish. We would, as I understand, get through Lupe Rodriguez, Amber Visela, and Charles Salter today, if I'm not mistaken, then turn to Dr. Rosenfield, and then turn back to Nancy Morgan on the 15th, and then proceed to North Delta Water Agency's witnesses. So that is my understanding. The other issue I briefly wanted to touch on was the site visit. I know I read both of the submissions. DWR is very quickly this because I just received it this morning. And I understand the request from DWR to have more time to submit something to the AHO, so we can talk about that. But I am concerned about pinning down dates. I know there's a proposal from the protestants to use October 14th, which is a hearing day, and then October 16th, which was not previously identified as a hearing day. And I wanted to talk about that because we're getting, we're getting to the point of 30 days out, and I want to reserve those unless there are objections to reserving those dates as possibilities for the site visit. So those are the items on my agenda procedurally. At this point, before we get started with our substance today, at this point, I'm going to pause and for those of you who would like to chime in on this issue, if you would please raise a Zoom hand and we will start elevating you and you can make your appearance and jump in on any of these issues. And to the hearing team, it looks like Justin St. Lubert B. And you can please let me know how to properly pronounce your name. If we can elevate you and also elevate Ms. Safdie. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Justin St. Lubert, BA, and I'm a student attorney with the Yale Environmental Justice Law and Advocacy Clinic, appearing on behalf of the Delta Tribal Environmental Coalition parties. As the hearing officer mentioned, there have been letters from both parties on the site visit. We believe it's critical that the dates be resolved as soon as possible, and I just wanted to take a moment to make three brief points about the site visit. First, why this has to be resolved as soon as possible. Second, why a 2.5 day visit is appropriate and necessary. And third, why protestants can't further cut locations from the site visit. So first, just on why this should be resolved without further delay, DWR's suggestion that this wait another week to be put before the hearing officer is a non-starter for us. The site visits cover many different areas under different ownership, and it's taken tremendous work to line them up to make them available. In addition, there's a lot of scheduling that still needs to be done, including transportation and travel to California for counsel and student attorneys. Our clients are currently holding their schedules open, but that is becoming increasingly challenging. Holding off on the decision of timing is going to essentially impair the ability to have a meaningful site visit at all. So we strongly urge the hearing officer to resolve this and set the site visit schedule without further delay. Now, second, the reason why a 2.5 day visit is not only appropriate but actually necessary, to my knowledge, and other Protestant counsel will correct me if that's mistaken, but there haven't been any conflicts identified with the board or DWR for the days we're proposing. The question here is only whether the site visit should be restricted to 2 of those available dates or whether it can cover 2.5. Now, the transcript of the August 12th hearing is quite clear, unlike what DWR has said. The hearing officer is open to more than 2 days. The only reason that the 2 day visit was discussed was because of scheduling conflicts. Those scheduling conflicts have been resolved now that the site visit has been moved to October, and artificially reducing the visit to 2 days serves no purpose. Protestants have already removed locations from the site visit and condensed the visit from 3 days into 2.5. The remaining locations are in the North Delta, South Delta, Upstream Delta, and they are simply too far away to be condensed any further. And finally, the Protestants can neither cut locations from the site visits at this point. Restricting the site visit would artificially truncate the hearing officer and the board's ability to understand the setting of the project and where the impacts will be experienced. We've cut out many locations, but we cannot cut out the Verona or fishing visit of Wallach sites for 2 reasons. First of all, the Delta is an integrated watershed, and the upstream Delta will be impacted by the project. Changes in one location in the Delta are felt upstream and downstream. DWR itself recognizes that the Delta is a single tribal cultural landscape, and simply put, ignoring upstream areas will ignore many areas where the DCP will be experienced. Finally, the alternative locations, or there are no alternative locations, sorry, is what I should say. Those are unworkable. The village of Wallach is a central ancestral village for the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians. And critically, it's an area that was brought into trust. So unlike the other areas in the Delta where our clients practice ceremony and interact with the water, this is a publicly disclosed location. And that's where we can go and observe the ways that tribes interact with the water. In other locations, it's not possible to do that without trampling on confidentiality protections. And so that's why we need those areas to be part of the site visit. So for all those reasons, we urge the hearing officer to resolve this quickly and adopt the Protestant schedule.
Thank you. And I'm going to give it a shot. Let's see if Mr. Saint Lubert BA, am I close? Better.
Yes,
Thank you.
excellent.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments. Ms. Safdie, we had elevated you. Did you want to jump in as well?
No, I'm just
Okay.
here in the background. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. And then Ms. Carroll, I know you had a hand up and I believe you are now elevated. Would you like to chime in?
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey, and Carol appearing for the Department of Water Resources. The DWR is looking for efficiencies. We've already had to add multiple dates to this hearing process in order to accommodate the many witnesses that the protestants are putting on. And in no way do we want to curtail their ability to put on their case in chief. However, they're proposing multiple parties to present at this site visit that would either have an opportunity to give testimony in this hearing process virtually. There are also multiple witnesses that they're asking to put on in a site visit that appear without further information to be presenting substantially similar testimony, which we were hoping to pare down for the purposes of the site visit. Currently, the dates that are proposed are a half day and a full day during hearing, and we just have concerns about the timing.
Thank you, Ms. Carroll. Specifically with respect to October 16th, which we hadn't previously identified as a hearing day, is there a conflict for DWR's participation in a site visit on that day?
I don't believe we have a conflict at this time, but I will have to double check.
Okay. Thank you. Are there others? I have an idea about how this might go forward, but there are others who would like to chime in on the site visit issue before I reflect where I think we're going here. All right, so here's where I am with the different. I also have some coordination to do on my end. This is very tricky, and I appreciate all the work that's gone in and everything. And I appreciate DWR's concerns here. I need to talk to the board members because they have an interest in participation in the site visit as well, whether it's a shorter version or a 2.5 day version. I know there are some conflicts on October 16th, but we have limitations already with board members because this will be not a notice board meeting, so we would not have a quorum in any case. So I want to make sure that these dates and this path of going forward makes sense to everyone who would be involved, the true decision makers in this proceeding, and who have an interest in participating. So this is what I would propose to do. Ms. Carroll, if DWR would like to submit an alternate proposal or any other information with respect to the site visit, if you can submit that to us, and I know we're busy, and this is a very quick turnaround, but by the end of the day on September 15th, that will allow me to review that and to bring that information to the board as well when I talk to them in closed session on the 16th. And then when we reconvene on the 18th, we can have some decisions on how this is going to work. For now, I've been planning to send out an amended hearing notice that will just identify the additional October dates for hearing to make sure we have those on our calendar. I'm going to include October 16th as a possible site visit day that's absent making a decision, but to put it on our calendars and put that out. So you can expect an amended hearing notice to come out tomorrow because we're all in the hearing today, including my team. It will identify the additional October hearing days that you've already seen that I already circulated, but will also include October 16th as a possible site visit day to reserve that so we don't lose our windows of opportunity if that's the direction we move. Is there anything else to address on the site visit? Well, we'll start with the site visit. Ms. Carroll, please.
Just to clarify, end of day on September 15th is 5 p.m.
No, it's midnight.
Okay, thank you.
But I hope you might not utilize the full length. No, whenever I say end of day, I unless I clarify otherwise, we'll go with in the modern world, it's midnight.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other procedural issues that we should address before we move back to Sacramento County's witnesses?
Hearing
Ms.
Officer
Carroll, please.
Kinsey, maybe the other thing to address is the gaps in the witness order going forward and ensuring that the hood witnesses are being contacted and scheduled.
Yes. And I read that in your letter this morning, and I am considering maybe I'm not going to address it now, but I realize that is something outstanding. My sense of how these things go is that we will end up using those dates, and it is my intent to try to fill them. But I will look to the protestants if there's further, and I appreciate you putting together this order. If you have further progress on slotting the hood witnesses in on one of those days that are still outstanding and reserved, that would be quite helpful. I see we have a hand. Let me see. If the team can please elevate Ms. Tabor. So I think circling back, Ms. Carroll, that is an outstanding issue, and I will try to address it as soon as possible to set up expectations. I'm pleased that we at least have a sense of the order for the next few hearing days. Good morning, Ms. Tabor.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Just a quick update. We have found places for the hood witnesses. And the reason we haven't submitted an updated schedule is there are a few remaining witnesses that need to be scheduled from representing other parties as we've been trying to move this around. So we anticipate being able to do that within the next couple days. The hood witnesses presently are available, and we've identified that they could testify on October 23rd and 27th. And October 6th and 9th are the dates that are still somewhat in flux as we try to make contact with other witnesses to fill all the gaps. And as of where things stand today, we believe that all of the space that's held in September will be largely accounted for by perhaps longer than anticipated cross-examination earlier in the schedule. And in the end, I think we will perhaps only have one or two hearing days that are not filled with witness testimony. But we've definitely been doing our best to reach out. Some folks have been unavailable because of vacations and professional conflicts, but we're close to submitting an updated, what we hope is complete schedule.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Tabor, and I appreciate your work on this. And I too suspect we will end up filling our days. So thank you. Are there any other procedural matters we should, Ms. Carroll, please?
Just a point of clarification, if we are doing the site visit and that is considered testimony, would those opportunities for cross-examination need to be scheduled?
Well, you would have to, so I think we would want to schedule, yes, we would need to schedule those. We can decide how to do them if that's something that DWR seeks to do. Here's the background of where I'm coming from. We had the same rules of conduct, if you will, for the sites proceeding, but did not end up having cross-examination of those who spoke during the site visit. That may not be the case here. I understand that, and certainly DWR would have an opportunity with respect to any speakers on behalf of protestants to cross-examine, and we would need to schedule those. So it's an outstanding issue. I think I will look to the protestants to consider that. I have not crosswalked the list of potential speakers during the site visit with the witness list to see if they're, testifying before or after the site visit, that kind of thing. But that may be a consideration, and that may be also a use of any space we have in our schedule after the site visits. Now for November, I realize we don't have currently scheduled hearing days. So that's something we should look at. If we end up having a site visit day in November, we may need an additional hearing day to deal with any cross-examination of witnesses who testify during the site visit. I see a hand from Ms. Meserve. To the hearing team, if you would please elevate Ms. Meserve. Good morning.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Just two quick procedural issues, I think. Number one, Ms. Tabor alluded to it, but just so that DWR is aware, it looks like that panel of the landowners impacted by the footprint of the intakes um, and the launch shaft, that panel might be moving to October 6th or 9th, or might be divided between those dates. So that's a little earlier in the schedule, I believe, than the original schedule that had been put together in order to accommodate some of these other changes. So I just want to give DWR a heads up that that panel with Mr. Huville, Dwayne Martin, etc., may be moving in that direction in order to fill those dates and accommodate some of the other complexities that we were facing. And then, and in addition, may also get divided up rather than being heard altogether. And then just a comment about the site visit. I mean, I think we need to get to the part of planning the very particulars of the speaking at the site visit, but my intent, consistent with what I observed at the site visit that was conducted for the site's project authority site 2-day site visit that occurred, was that the speakers were explaining what was happening at the places, and that I guess I'm not sure I agree with the characterization of it being testimony, in that the intent, at least, is not that it be persuasive, such similar to the type of testimony that, for instance, protestants are presenting as their case in chief. In other words, the material that I am envisioning being presented at, for instance, physically impacted sites, in the footprint of the proposed project, is to explain what is occurring at those sites now, and then what is proposed to occur. And as we've shown in the draft schedule, that's something that obviously a DWR speaker could speak to as well, but that it would not be particularly, it would be somewhat we would be urging folks to stick to the facts, if you will. And that it's the testimony, what we're doing right now with our case in chief, which is, meant to be more persuasive and go to the hearing issues, all those other things. So I think those are details that we would hope to work out and come to some kind of understanding, because, we would hope that at the end of the site visit, there shouldn't hopefully be a need to do cross-examination, because it really is a chance more than anything to see what is out there. Anyway, that's my take on it. I think we haven't quite got down to those details, but I hope that we can, and that, hopefully we can get to some level of comfort over the proposal. And I think that's what happened with the site's reservoir proceeding. And I thought that went quite well, and it really there wasn't a lot of conflict around that particular site visit, and I think it was quite helpful to the participants for the day that I visited.
Thank you, Ms. Meserve, and it certainly is my intent to give the same instruction, which I think you've already heard from me, as you reflected, that the purpose of it will be testimony, it will be under oath, because I think if you point to the property line or something like that and explain that this is my property line, etc., that it should be under oath, so that it's evidence that can be relied upon in any order, but that it would stick to those details, those types of physical details having to do with the landscape, or other features that we're looking at, and that's the reason for us being there, and that it would be limited in that respect. But I understand Ms. Carroll's concern, having not knowing where this may go. Ms. Carroll, did you want to jump in on this?
No, your comments just now addressed my concern, so thank you. We did not have the same understanding as Ms. Meserve.
Thank you. Is there anything else we should touch on? And thank you, Ms. Meserve, for the identification of the possible change in the schedule. That's noted. With that, then I think we're ready to proceed to substance. Should I look to Ms. Tabor for you to introduce your next witness?
Yes, thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Kelly Tabor on behalf of the County of Sacramento. Our first witness this morning is Lupe Rodriguez from the Sacramento County Department of Transportation. And Mr. Rodriguez should be online waiting to be elevated.
I will look to the hearing team to please elevate Lupe Rodriguez. And you're welcome to come on camera. I will start, once we've checked your audio, I will start by administering the oath. Good morning, Mr. Rodriguez.
Good morning.
If you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you very much. With that, back to you, Ms. Tabor.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Rodriguez.
Good morning.
Is Exhibit Sacramento County 25 an accurate statement of your written testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you. Is Exhibit Sacramento County 26 a true and correct copy of your PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to Exhibit Sacramento County 26?
Yes. And I think on slide 5, the date on the lower left should be July 2025 and not December 2017.
Thank you. At this time, could you please, Ms. Mullen, could you please bring up Exhibit Sacramento County 26? Thank you. And Mr. Rodriguez, would you please proceed to summarize your testimony as set forth in Exhibit Sacramento County 26?
And
Yes.
before you jump in, Mr. Rodriguez, if you can just make sure you're close to the microphone, it's a little bit harder to hear you. And I just want to
Okay.
make sure that you
I'll try to
face the
speak up.
microphone. Thank you.
All right. So good morning. Hearing Officer Kinsey, members of the board. My name is Lupe Rodriguez, and I am the Chief of the Maintenance and Operations Division with the Sacramento County Department of Transportation. I have been in my current position for over 5 years and with the County Department of Transportation for over 33 years. In my current position, I am responsible for managing the maintenance of our roadway system in the unincorporated county, including many of the roadways here in the Delta that we're talking about. I am a licensed civil engineer and traffic engineer. Just as another note, I did grow up in the town of Cortland there, here in this area, and went to local schools, worked on some different farms out there, including Chan Farms, Green and Hemley packing and cold storage facility there that's near one of the sites here, and also at the Grand Island Mansion over on Grand Island. So I'm very familiar with the area, have still family and friends down there, so I'm still very close to that area. So if we can go to the next slide, please. We'll start off with, physical characteristics of Delta roadways. The roadway conditions in the rural Delta are much different than those in the urban areas of the county. The rural roadways have, narrow pavement widths with limited or non-existing roadside shoulders with drainage ditches or waterways on one or both sides of the roadways. They are built on levees that were constructed from native soils. Many roads that are not on levees are also at or below sea level. And roadways are old and in poor condition and do not have the engineered structural section to accommodate ongoing truck traffic than those are that are in urban areas that are more of designed. Next slide, please. These pictures show a couple of the bridges down in the Delta area. As you can see, these bridges widths are narrow, and passenger vehicles have difficult time crossing these bridges sometimes with the larger construction vehicles crossing, or even some of the farm equipment crossing. 2 trucks will not be able to cross these bridges at the same time in the opposing directions. And in many cases, being familiar and growing up in that area, many motorists just tend to wait for the trucks to cross before they enter the bridges because just of the narrowness of them. And right now, with the current traffic out there, it's really not big of a deal, but I think as you get into more of the construction traffic, we'll see a little bit more of the issues and traffic concerns in those cases. Next slide, please. So from a traffic operation analysis, the roadway segment traffic analysis, I don't feel fully considers the physical characteristics of Delta roads in determining the level of service during project construction. As I mentioned earlier, the bridges are narrow, a lot of the intersections are narrower. The intersection operations in the steady area within the commercial centers of the Delta and at narrow bridges, especially at the drawbridges, pose real concern during construction of the project. It is highly expected that the project impacts will be greater than what has been determined by the project roadway traffic operations analysis. Like I mentioned earlier, this is the reasons why I mentioned the narrow bridges and intersections. Many of these intersections in the Delta region are narrow two-lane approaches, and what happens is these larger trucks tend to make right turns and tend to use the opposing lanes of traffic in order to make these turns because of the narrowness of the bridges in narrow intersections. And so it creates some safety concerns as more and more truck traffic is brought into these areas. So next slide, please. So when we talk about additional traffic, this alternative specifically will have a total of 8.3 million vehicle trips generated in over 3,900 vehicle days of construction. The median vehicle trip generation is anticipated to be 535 vehicle trips. The max vehicle trip generation is anticipated to be 6,623 vehicle trips during year 6. And so I've included the slide to the left that shows the spread of the trips through the full over 12 years of construction. And if you look at it closer, there's heavier trips basically between year 3 and year 11. So that's about 8 years of significantly increased traffic out in that area. So the additional traffic impact to this area will have adverse effect on the quality of life of area residents, farmers, and visitors to the area. These additional trips, including the truck traffic, will also have an adverse impact to the condition of the local roadways. Next slide, please. So the pavement conditions are inadequate to accommodate this type of construction traffic for most roadways out in the Delta. These roadways do not have an engineered structural section, so they're not able to withstand ongoing construction traffic. A roadway with an engineered structural section has a vastly different capacity to withstand truck loading impacts compared to rural farm roads built in poor soil with no engineered structural section. Like I said, many of these roadways are just built over the years on native soil, so they tend to fail much quicker with this type of construction traffic. These roadways look to be in fair condition on the surface because many folks just evaluate them based on surface conditions, but they are not able to serve the current level. Well, while they're able to serve their current level of traffic, when you start introducing significantly more traffic and heavier traffic at that, these roads will fail pretty quickly. This burden of ongoing repairs needed because of this large construction project should be addressed with the project and not be a burden to the county. There needs to be a mechanism to improve roadways that will be impacted prior to construction, and also have some type of agreement for the maintenance of those roadways during construction, since it's such a long construction project, right? The reason I asked for this type of mechanism is because it will help the county deal with the ongoing maintenance of these impacted roadways during construction. The county of Sacramento cannot shift workforce to be dealing with failing roadways in this area due to this construction project. The Sacramento County is already dealing with a very large, estimated to be over $1 billion of maintenance backlog for pavement maintenance due to the lack of maintenance funds for roadways over the years, and so therefore cannot take over the extra burden of chasing after these failed roadways with this construction project. Next slide, please. So figure 335 shows the roadways that will be improved, but the FEIR is not clear if these improved roadways will be improved or restored at the conclusion of the project. This figure does not show improvements to other roadways that may be impacted by construction traffic. Which roadways will be used to access Hood Franklin Park and Ride Lot, Twin Cities Complex, Dearson Road, the Lambert site, right now, the area just shows specific roadways in those areas that are being improved, but not roadways outside of that area. And then how will the restriction of construction traffic on local roadways be enforced? What if the enforcement is not effective? If these efforts are not effective, then there will be an impact to surrounding roadways not covered in the FEIR. The burden to maintain these impacted roadways should not fall on the county. Next slide, please. So this is an exhibit showing other roadways that are not being considered or that could be also be impacted with the construction traffic. Next slide, please. And this is just another exhibit showing similar roadways that also could be impacted. Next slide, please. So here, it's better to kind of go over the list instead of the maps, so maybe we're not in great resolution. But this table shows some of the roadways that have the potential to be impacted with construction traffic. The issue that we see is that when motorists see congestion, they will go onto their Google Maps or other traffic apps to figure out a faster route. Unfortunately, these routes the app suggests might not be the best based on roadway conditions, roadway widths, etc. So overall, the impact of the roadways in the Delta is anticipated to be widespread, with no plan to address them during construction, which is a concern for us. Next slide, please. So these are examples of failed roadways due to heavy construction traffic. Truck traffic during construction projects is really difficult to control. Truckers do not stay on designated routes, cut across on peripheral roadways, ignore bridge weight limits, tear up roadways and intersections. These are examples of roadways without engineered structural section being impacted by ongoing construction traffic. Unfortunately, we have many of these roadways that can accommodate the typical Delta traffic, but will quickly fail with additional construction traffic. Next slide, please. County roads such as Hood Franklin, Lambert, Franklin Boulevard, Twin Cities, River Road, Walnut Grove, Thornton Road, Ileton Road, Highway 160 will all experience significantly increase hourly volume increases during construction. Farming community will be impacted not only during the harvest season, but through the duration of the project. Current emergency response times to communities of Locke, Hood, Cortland, Ileton, and surrounding rural homes and many recreational sloughs and islands will also have increased response due to the increase of traffic and road closures during construction. And I think one of the additional things to add here is that these local fire departments are all volunteer. And so they're not just waiting at the fire station to respond, they're having to come from different locations. And so there might be delayed, not just initially, there will be delayed just getting to the fire station and also getting back to the site or the call. So that's a concern also where we think there's going to be some additional delays also. Next slide, please. So the project will introduce construction activity at a very large scale and proportion never seen in the Delta. The delays, disruptions, and intrusion to emergency services providers, local residents, farmers, businesses, employees, suppliers, and visitors will have a big impact during the course of construction and will have residual and likely permanent effects. And this is because of the very long or number of years this construction project will be in effect. Since the project will occur over many years, the impact will alter the activities, practices, and efficiencies in a significant way that may not be restored at the conclusion of the construction. Other than the impact of the community, there will also be an impact to the local rural roadways. The FEIR does not specifically identify the routes that construction vehicles will use to get to their destinations. It only identifies some streets near the larger construction sites, but not how they will get there. There needs to be a mechanism to be able to address maintenance, road failures due to construction traffic on the impacted roadways that are not identified in the FEIR, as it will be very difficult or impossible to enforce which routes construction traffic will be using. The impacted streets need to be addressed with a project, as SACDOT does not have the funding to repair roadways impacted by this large construction project spanning over 12 years. That ends my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. I see Ms. Morris's hand. I apologize we didn't elevate you sooner. If we can please elevate Ms. Morris. Good morning.
Good morning, Stephanie Morris on behalf of the Department of Water Resources.
And Ms. Morris, do you have questions for Mr. Rodriguez?
I do, thank you.
Please go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Rodriguez. How are you this morning?
Good morning, doing well.
Great. My name is Stephanie Morris. I am outside counsel for the Department of Water Resources in this hearing, and I have some questions for you this morning. Thank you for being here to answer my questions. Did you review the testimony of Adam Murdoch and his supporting exhibits that were presented earlier in this hearing?
I did not.
Have you reviewed the mitigation measures in the FEIR or Final Environmental Impact Report?
That would be on page what?
Oh, the mitigation measures are in the traffic chapter, and I was just curious if you had read the mitigation measures that relate to the traffic impacts that are described in the FEIR. It's multiple pages.
I don't recall that specifically.
Have you reviewed the Delta Conveyance Project Conceptual Engineering Report, also referred to as the CER?
Not aware if I have or not.
Okay. And have you reviewed DWR's proposed permit terms, which are listed in DWR 1101R?
I have seen those, yes.
Okay. And looking at your testimony, do you have a copy in front of you? We can always pull it up if not. It's up to you.
I think it would be helpful if we bring it up.
Have it. Got it.
I think it's Ms. Muller.
Ms. Mullen is here today. Yes.
Yeah. If you could please pull up THACO 25. And I'm looking at page 2, paragraph 6, where you're talking about local bridges not being able to accommodate 2 lanes of truck traffic. Do you see that?
Yes.
Are you aware, or are you aware that the traffic for the DCP will not use any movable bridges?
So the what my testimony was that it's not clear what routes these trucks will be using and how they would be enforced and how effective the enforcement is. So I see that trucks could be coming in from different directions, and so there could be an impact to these bridges. And that's where that's where my testimony came in, that I have concerns about trucks coming from different directions, because right now in the FERR, it was not clear specifically where all of the materials and things were coming into this project from what streets. And so being such a big project, it's probably safe to assume they're coming from various different directions.
So you're not aware, you believe that the FEIR identifies movable bridges that will be used by truck traffic for this project?
Objection, that misstates his testimony.
Will you try the question again, Ms. Morris?
Sure. I'm asking then if, Mr. Rodriguez, it's your opinion that the FEIR states that the project will use movable bridges.
I don't think I said that the FER said. I said that it's not clear where all of the different construction trucks will be coming into these sites. And so it's safe to assume that they're coming from many different directions. It's such a large project, and it's going to be difficult to enforce where these trucks are coming and going to.
Are you aware that the Delta Conveyance project will require contractors, including traffic trucks, not to use SR 160 between Highway 12 and the Cosumnes River Parkway?
Objection, lacks foundation.
I asked if he was aware.
If he was aware, so that's fair.
Where in the FEIR is that identified?
My question is if this witness who has said he has reviewed the FEIR is aware of that or not. That's my question.
My response to that is, yes, I did read that that was the intention. Whether that is a viable, something that could be accomplished was my concern, because it's such a big project and the contractor is not going to be able to enforce. I've seen my experience with smaller projects, it's been very difficult. And now with such a large project, it's going to be, in my opinion, impossible.
Are you aware that the Delta Conveyance project will prohibit contractors from using any route that is Highway 12, that is not Highway 12 and Interstate 80 in Solano and Yolo County?
Objection. The witness's testimony does not address impacts in Solano and Yolo County.
You can, well, overruled, because you can ask questions outside of the witness's testimony, but if you have knowledge or opinion, go ahead, Mr. Rodriguez.
My review of I didn't review the locations outside the county. My focus was in the roadways that are impacted inside of the county of Sacramento.
If we could just pull up AHO Miss Mullen 1163. And this is the FEIR chapter on transportation for the Delta Conveyance project. Are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could please go to PDF page 29. And do you see it is, let's see, 1, 2, the third bullet down, the beginning with no construction traffic will be allowed on SR 160 between SR 12. You see
Yes,
that?
on line 12?
Mhm.
Yes.
So do you agree that the DCP would not allow construction traffic on 160 between 12 and the Cosumnes River Boulevard, except for the minor realignment that's stated below that in that bullet point?
I see that's what it says. Do you feel confident that they're able to restrict all traffic, that you're going to have no construction traffic on that roadway? That's my concern.
So
You're
you're, oops.
it gets back down to the enforcement that I'm concerned about and how effective that would be. If you look at some of there's some additional wording in there that it might not be effective for such a large project because of the size, because, water resources and the contractor is going to be trying to enforce this. And it's really difficult to enforce something like this, is what my testimony is.
So your testimony is not that DWR is not committed to enforcing it. Your testimony is that in your opinion, it's not enforceable.
In my experience, in my opinion, yes.
Looking at your testimony on page 3, lines 2 to 6. Sorry, that's SACO 25, Miss Mullen. You state that the final EIR does not consider the physical characteristics of the Delta roads in determining the level of service during project construction. Correct?
Correct.
Are you aware that the EIR states that pavement conditions on existing county and local roads in the project area are predominantly classified as marginal to unacceptable?
Yes.
And are you aware that of the technical memorandum that was prepared for the project that discusses the physical conditions of existing roads and their ability to be used for numerous construction traffic?
I don't remember reading that specifically, but they didn't note. I kept looking for a list of roadways that they are considering, and I wasn't able to find that.
Okay. And if we could then pull up what's been marked as DWR 1108. I believe we sent this over an FTP site.
Understood. Let's just give us a moment.
No problem. If you could make this a little, yeah, thank you. So this is the CER preferred by the Delta Conveyance Authority related to potential road access routes. Do you see that that's the title of this document?
Yes.
And if you look at the introduction and purpose, do you see that it's to describe the access roads and existing roads and bridges in the project area?
Yes.
And looking at your testimony in page 3, 10 to 12, sorry, page 3, lines 10 to 12, I should have said. I believe you say all construction routes throughout the Delta roadway need to be evaluated and, as necessary, maintained and improved to a condition where they can accommodate the proposed truck traffic to avoid roadway failures. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And are you aware that the EIR states the DWR will do just that?
It's a very general statement in the FEIR. And so my concern is that SAC DOT is now going to have to be constantly arguing during construction about what needs to be done. My intention was that it would be clear which roadways, or if there was if there's an agreement in place so that this could not have to be an argument during construction. That's my concern, and that's why I'm testifying this way.
And we're going to get to the roadways that are identified in both the
Okay.
FEIR, but if we could pull up, and I apologize, Ms. Mullen, for jumping all over, but I guess that's how my mind works. AHO 1005. And
Just give us a moment.
I believe it's chapter 3.
There we have it.
Yeah. Thank you. So this is chapter 3 of the EIR that is the description of the proposed projects and alternatives. Do you see that?
Yes.
And if we could turn to page, I think it's 3-43, which I think is 43, PDF page 43.
Do we need to, is this the right place? Do we need to scroll down?
I want to look at lanes, beginning in lane 6. So I think that's right. If we could just make it slightly bigger. So one of the Zoom things is leaning in. It's a lot of my forehead shot, sorry. Yes. And do you see beginning on lines 6, where it says DWR will conduct pre-construction pavement and roadway analysis? Can you just read that sentence to yourself?
The DWR will conduct pre-construction pavement and road analysis of access roadways. Can you define access roadways for me?
Well, Mr. Rodriguez, Ms. Morris gets to ask the questions, but if you have an area of confusion, that's certainly appropriate for you to point out in your response.
And that's your confusement, because they keep asking, the question is access roadways, and that's why I need my clarification, because access roadways is generally defined as the roadways that are been identified, which has been the Durson, the Lambert, the Franklin, and Twin Cities. But how do the trucks get to those segments that we're improving? which other roadways are going to be impacted? And that was my concern. And when you refer to access roadways, to me, the access roadways always tend to go back to these very few roadways around the Twin Cities plant and the Lambert areas and the access road, right? So that's why I kind of come back to that. There's general statements about this is going to be analyzed, but not any specifics on which roadways or how there's going to be an agreement to or an ongoing effort to maintain these roadways that are impacted. That's where my concern lies.
And is your understanding that access roads just means to get on the road and not rather access roads to access the construction sites for the project?
Can you repeat that question?
Is your understanding of access mean just to get on a road versus access to the construction sites for the project?
With the way you're saying it, it's almost very similar, right? It's the streets that are really in close proximity to the construction site specifically, right? Now how all of this construction traffic is getting to this area. And
And are,
those are the roadways that I'm concerned about being impacted by the construction traffic, if that makes sense.
and are you aware that the CER identifies the construction routes, which
I
include
know
this
because
road?
right now, we only show the first page on the top and it didn't show what else that document had.
And just looking at this, would you agree that the pre-construction pavement and roadway analysis is identified in the EIR, including the list of roads that begins on line 9 and goes through line 13?
So my only other question with this, right, with this wording on this page that you're referring to, we talk about Twin Cities, we talk about Franklin Boulevard, but we don't talk about limits. Twin Cities is a very long roadway. Franklin Boulevard is a very long roadway, right? But whenever there's a reference, it's always to the 1 mile outside of this site and not anything further than that. So it's not clear is what my concern is, right?
Okay, why don't we take a look at what's been already previously marked as DWR 0024. If you could make this just a slightly bigger. Thank you. Do you see that this table A15 is access roads to the construction sites for the project?
Yes.
And do you see that the road is included as well as the starting and ending locations?
Yes.
And have you reviewed this table?
I have. I've seen it before. Yes.
So is it fair to say that the project has identified the access site roads to the construction sites, including both the starting and ending location of the roadways that are to be used?
Yes. And my concern is that this is not the only roadways that will be used. This is a very small amount of roadways near the construction site, as I mentioned before, that have been identified to either put in turn pockets or make some improvements in order to get to the site. There's talk about how it's going to be improved in the beginning and improved possibly at the end, but now not how it's going to be maintained during the 12 years of construction either. So my concern is that it's not clear is how are these trucks going to get to these portions of this roadway near this construction site. They need to get here a certain way, but the FEIR does not identify that yet.
Mr. Rodriguez, have you attempted to reach out to anyone at DWR to discuss your concerns about the roadways or discuss these documents?
I have not.
And would you be open to having a discussion with the DWR team about your concerns and how to potentially address your concerns to your satisfaction so that there are not additional impacts that you are concerned about on the county.
I would.
Great. And I want to go back to you've been talking a lot about roads that are not addressed. And so I wanted to go back to your presentation. And it's SAC 026, please. And if we could go to page 5 first. And in the beginning of your testimony, you corrected this slide. It did say December 2nd, 2017 to be July 2025. And isn't it true that the December 2017 date was a leftover from a presentation that was done from California Water Fix?
I was, most likely, I was not in my position at that time. But
And
yes,
sorry, if we could just pull the map, I believe, and I apologize for not having this. I think the map is on page 6. Is it right after, before this or after the map that you say for the roads that are not analyzed? Do you recall what slide number that is? Slide 5? No? Oh, slide 8. What? There we go. And Mr. Rodriguez, do you know where this map came from?
I used this map as a as a start. That's why I didn't spend a lot of time on this map during my presentation, because it was kind of a leftover map that I thought was useful for my presentation.
But do you know where the map came from?
It was included in a previous presentation for my predecessor.
So,
or a draft presentation for my predecessor.
right. So if we could pull up what we had sent over as DWR 1109, please. Ms. Mullen, I don't know if it's possible if we can leave this map and the slide map side by side.
I don't know if we can do that either, but it may not be possible. If
Great,
we,
back and
yeah,
forth. If we could just scroll towards the bottom and maybe blow it up so we could see yeah. So this is an exhibit marked on the bottom. You see it says figure 19-2A.
Yes.
And do you see on the source, it's very, very small. It says, and I can't even read it here. It says plan area ICF 2012, area of additional analysis, ICF 2012 roadway segment FEI, or something in, I can't
where are
read
you, Ms. Morris, where are you reading? Are you reading in the bottom left-hand corner?
bottom left-hand corner in gray, the
In
source.
the light gray? Okay.
So my intention on this map was just to show the streets that might be impacted, and that's kind of how it showed in my presentation. I didn't really get into too much more other than these are the roadways to be impacted. That's why I still was able to use that map, because it still showed some of the roadways in the area.
Are you aware that this map is for a different project, the California Water Fix, and not the Delta Conveyance project?
Yes, but
Okay.
like I said, my intention was to use this map just to show the local roadways in the area that would be impacted by the current project.
And are you aware that the Delta Conveyance project was significantly modified and refined to minimize impacts on roads and traffic as compared to the California Water Fix project?
Yes.
Objection, argumentative.
Was that
I think it's, well, Mr. Rodriguez, you can caveat your response, but go ahead.
Can you re-ask the question, please?
I thought I heard a yes on the answer, which is, are you aware that the Delta Conveyance project was significantly modified and refined to minimize impacts on roads and traffic as compared to the California Water Fix project?
I know it was changed, but I wasn't involved in this detail with the previous project. because I'm somewhat newer to this position. So I know it was changed, but not to the specific level of change.
And are you aware? So I'm sorry, you did say yes before, and is this a further modification of your previous answer before Ms. Tabor did?
That's caveat my yes. It was, I was aware it changed, but I wasn't aware of the detail of the previous one. I'm more aware of this one right now.
Okay. Are you aware that the use of only specified roads will be mandated in the construction contracts and permit terms?
I am aware that that's what's being required. I'm just not confident that they will be able to accomplish that.
And are you aware that if the contractors do not use those roads, or use roads that are not specified, that it will result in fines to the contractors?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
Ms. Morris, can you at least point us, can we look at I assume you are referring to some section of the EIR. Can we take a look at it?
I'm gonna, for just to be quicker, if we can pull up
Okay.
DWR 1. And this is the testimony of Adam Murdoch, and page 12. And then you can see in lines 9 and 10, in Mr. Murdoch's testimony, he states that the contracts will clearly state, so I'm asking if you're aware that the contracts will state that the contractors use specified routes and that any use of other roads will result in fines.
That's what this testimony says. I just don't know what routes have been identified, or if that's something that will be worked on as the construction project starts. But I guess my concern, as I stated earlier, is that these are very difficult to enforce. And anyway, that's my concern.
And in looking at this same testimony on page 12, lines 21 to 22, are you aware that all vehicles requiring access to the construction sites will need to have specific access granted at security gates?
Can I ask a question?
Do you-
Who's the testimony from?
Adam Murdoch?
Who's Adam Murdoch? I'm just curious.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, do you want me to answer? I feel like I'm entitled to ask questions. We've already discussed Adam Murdoch's testimony, and
You are entitled to ask questions, but can we scroll? I think it's fair for Mr. Rodriguez to get oriented. Can we scroll to I assume there's an introductory paragraph for Mr. Murdoch's testimony as to where he is. So Ms. Mullen, can we go to the first page? Or maybe the second? And then Mr. Rodriguez, I'll give you a moment to review paragraph 1.
Okay, thank you.
And then would you like, Ms. Mullen, can we scroll down? It looks like paragraph 2 may also be orienting here. And we'll pause for a moment.
Okay, that helps. Just kind of orient me how, yeah.
And with that, Ms. Morris, can you bring us back to I don't recall which page we were on.
yeah, no problem. I'm looking at page 12, PDF page 12 as well. And we were looking at lines 21 through 22. Would you like me to repeat the question?
Yes, please.
Okay, no problem. Were you aware that all vehicles requiring access to the construction sites will need to have specific access granted at security gates?
I was not aware.
Would you agree that granting specific access at security gates would effectively restrict travel to the designated access points?
Can you rephrase that question? I'm not understanding what your question.
Would you agree that this type of requirement, which is to require specific access to be granted at security gates would effectively restrict travel to those designated access points.
I don't think, yes, but I don't think that's the issue. The issue is where these trucks are traveling, coming and going from, not really specifically entering the construction site. It's where else are they going to be? And where else are they going to have impact to our local roadways? It's not specifically that they're going to be able to badge in and badge out of these construction sites. That's not where my concern is. And I don't know if that will change any of my concerns that I have overall.
Okay. In your testimony in page 5, lines 6 through 7, if you want to look there, you state that the FEIR acknowledges that the peak of construction, there will be as many as 6,500 employee and truck trips per day. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you had a slide that showed that graphic in SACO 26, correct?
Thanks, yeah.
Isn't it true that the figure you're relying on is showing all the traffic for the project? Would it be helpful to pull up the figure?
Yes.
Okay. I believe it is slide 5.
It's SACO 26, right? There we go.
Slide 5. Thank you.
Can you ask the question again?
Yes. Isn't it true the figure you're relying on is showing all traffic for the project?
So when you say figure, what figure are you referring to?
I'm referring to the figure that you cited to on your slide, which is currently on the screen.
On the first bullet?
No, I'm referring to the figure when in your testimony you state the 6,500 trips per day, and I believe you are citing back to this graph.
So that's the max vehicle trip generation in year 6, right?
Ms. Mullen, is it possible to zoom in on that slide so we can read what on the graph? And can we go in one more, please? Okay. And we can zoom in more, Mr. Rodriguez, if you'd like, but maybe that helps me. Thank you. So Ms. Morris, I think you need to, and I know you keep asking the question, but will you one more time?
Yeah, and I can, if it's better, we can pull this up in the figure. It's from the FEIR. But starting here, let's start here. It says, and this is the figure. So in your testimony on page 5, you say that there will be as many as 6,500 employee and truck trips per day, and you cite to this figure.
Oh, you're saying that per day is incorrect.
No, are you familiar with this figure?
So can you repeat your question?
Yeah, I will try. Sorry, I lost my spot here. Isn't it true that the figure you're relying on to show is showing all the traffic for the project?
The figure shows all the traffic for the project.
So would you agree that no single road will see 6,500 trips per day?
Correct.
I know we're kind of a little early, but I could use maybe, I'm getting close to being done, but I'd like to
Take a moment.
take a moment and get reorganized.
That's fine. No, we're about to. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and we will return at 10:28. Thank you. Welcome back, 10:28. I will look first to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you very much. And then with that, I see we have our relevant participants here, and I'll look to you, Ms. Moritz. Do you have some additional questions for Mr. Rodriguez?
I do. Thank you. Mr. Rodriguez, in your testimony on page 3, SACO 25, lines 21 to 23, you state that the FEIR does not specify which streets will be paved and or approved after the project is completed. Is that correct?
Correct.
And on your presentation, SACO 26, slide 7, it states that Figure 3-35 shows the roadways that will be improved, but the FER is not clear if these roads will be improved or restored at the conclusion of the project. Is that correct?
Correct.
And if we could pull up DWR 00024, please, Ms. Mullen. And if we could make this bigger a little bit. Again, we looked at this before. This is the access roads to the construction sites, and it has the starting location and the ending location, correct?
Correct.
And then do you see on the far right on asphalt overlays, do you see that that shows that mid-construction and end of construction, that the asphalt overlays will be redone?
Yes.
And this table shows which roads are being improved both before, during, and after construction, correct?
It does.
Excuse me, Ms. Morris, can you please tell us what part of the EIR this table comes from?
I'm asking questions about this exhibit that has been marked by DWR and was introduced by Mr. Murdoch.
Yes, I understand. It's just you were following up on a question about his testimony regarding the final EIR. So I just, could you help us out here to understand where in the final EIR this comes from?
Sure, we can do that too. I think if the hearing officer wishes, we can do that, but
I just wondered, I think, and this is fair, is it not easy to just say what chapter and what page number from the EIR? This table is?
You want to look at AHO, but my question is, he says he doesn't know, and I'm saying this shows that it is there, and if I'm happy to do it in the EIR too,
Right.
but
Well,
We don't need to
my
do it in
point
the
is,
EIR.
you're saying it's there and there's no evidence that this is in the EIR, and I'd just like to know where it is. So that's all I'm
there's
asking.
evidence in the record.
Ms. Morris, is this table in the EIR?
We can look at
You
AHO.
don't need to look at anything. I just want to know if it's in the EIR.
That's all I want to know. I'm just asking for her to provide more information about this exhibit. Thank you.
AHO 1009, but that is not this exhibit, but it contains similar information in table 3D-4 road improvements under alternative 5.
Just to clarify my testimony and what I've been talking about, my concerns all along is I'm aware that these few streets around the construction site have been included and identified for improvement. But as I've mentioned multiple times, my concern is with the roadways outside of this area. And that's where my testimony kind of sides to, is that those roadways that are also going to be impacted are not identified. And so that's where my concern lies. I do understand that there's a few roadways right next to the construction site that will be improved, but not the full extent of the impacted roadway segments that will be impacted, only a small segment of that. And so that's what my testimony has been. And so I am aware of this, but my concern is just outside of this area.
I don't believe there's any question pending, and I think that's already been stated. So I'll move on.
I just want to register my objection to this line of questioning regarding this exhibit as being very misleading, because there's been no foundation established that any of this information is actually in the final EIR, as Ms. Morris represented. So it's the witness is unable to respond to the specific questions that she's asked.
Well, I would like to pin down where this graph, not graph, table, table is the word, came from.
Sure.
So Ms. Morris, I understood, let's take the time to do that. I understood you had an AHO citation, which I assume is a section of the EIR, but what was that again?
Let's do this. This exhibit was marked as DWR 0024 and was relied upon by Mr. Murdoch. The department is not limited to the FEIR in terms of evidence that it can rely on or submit. This is from, and I have marked this, if we can pull up 1108.
AHO 1108?
No, DWR.
DWR 1108? I see. So the table is from I was just trying to understand where it came from. The table is from
Yes,
the appendix E2.
of
Understood.
DWR.
And that table, what page does that appendix appear in? What page does the table appear in this appendix?
I believe it's a summary of information that is contained in this appendix, but again, this was provided and has been provided since January.
Ms. Morris, I just want to know whether this is, I'm not making a ruling. I literally just want to know whether the table is in this, what was in the EIR, which it sounds like it's in this appendix E2. Is the table in this appendix E2, or is the table a compilation of information from this appendix?
My understanding is the table is not, that's marked DWR 24, is not in this document exactly as shown on DWR 24, that this has been put together in another document. The information that allowed DWR 24 to be put together is contained in what's been marked as DWR 1108, which shows the local roadways that are going to be used and the routes.
So
And is DWR 1108 part of the final EIR?
As you can see, it is marked DCA, and it, as I mentioned several times, it is CER Appendix E2.
So that would be no, it's not part of the final EIR?
I'm sorry, if I could just jump in here. If we look at the testimony of Adam Murdoch, which is DWR 1, it is referenced on lines 8 and 9. It refers to Administrative Hearing Officer Exhibit 1005, pages 3 through 129. And then it refers that DWR 24 is a summary of that. So that is from the testimony of Adam Murdoch referring back to the EIR.
Thank you. So DWR 24 is a table that was
summarized.
Created by Mr. Murdoch, but to which Mr. Murdoch testified it summarized this information in AHO 1005, pages 3 through 129.
That is correct.
Thank you. That answers my questions on the source of this table. Let's reorient ourselves. Ms. Morris, we can back to you.
Okay, I'd like to go back to DWR 24, please. And I apologize if I asked this question. So if I did, remind me. Looking at this table A15, looking at this table, A15 under the action column, isn't it true that every roadway listed will be improved in some manner? And if we need to scroll through the action, which is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 column, we can.
So every road listed on this table, yes.
Okay.
The segments that were listed on this table.
And isn't the information on roadway improvements also included in the FEIR Appendix 3D, tables 3D2 through 3D4? Would you like us to pull that up?
Yes, please.
I believe it's AHO 1009. I believe beginning on PDF page Just want to make sure I get this right. 6. Do you see that this information about the start and end location, the existing condition, and the action and the modifications are listed in this table?
Yes, I see that these specific roadway locations that are next to this construction project are listed. My concern is just outside of these areas of impacted roadways, but yes, for the ones that are listed here, that those are shown to be improved.
Okay. And in your testimony on page 5, lines 23 through 22, you state that the FEIR's construction schedule fails to specify what roads will be subject to an overlay. Do you see that? Is that accurate?
Can you repeat the lines that it's on again?
Page 5, line 23 to 24.
Can you repeat the question again? Sorry.
Well, I'm just asking you to confirm, is that statement accurate in your testimony? Is that your testimony? In lines 23 and 24, is that accurate?
That's what's in my testimony, although it could be clear to say that other roadways impacted do not show a schedule. But yeah, for the roadways that are identified, you're right, it does show a schedule.
Okay. And if we can pull up AHO 1005. And if I'm looking at page, actually, I know we've looked at this, but are you, when I say 1005, do you know what chapter is? Do we need to orient to the top of the page, Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Could we go to page 1, please, Ms. Mullen? Thanks. So again, we looked at this as a description of the project alternatives. And if we could go to page, PDF page 46. And looking at lines, beginning on 16, do you see line 16 where it says, after completion of construction at a project site? Do you see that sentence till the end?
Yes.
Would you agree that besides, in addition to the improvements listed, that the project will maintain the access roads following construction?
Yes, that's what it says. I think my concern is that the identification of the access roads, and if the access roads are the access roads that were identified in the table you showed earlier, then that's where my concern lies, because it's only a small, very small portion of the roadways that will be impacted by this project.
Okay. And looking at the table we looked at before from the CER, which was DWR 24, table A15, doesn't it also specify that asphalt overlays will be done mid-construction?
Can we please bring up that table so the witness can refer to it in responding to the question?
I think that's fair. It's which version of the table are you referring to, Ms. Morris?
DWR 24.
Thank you.
And it'd be the far column. I think we've already looked at this where asphalt overlays are identified and show mid-construction and in construction and end of construction.
Yes, this table shows that.
Okay.
It doesn't show anything about maintenance during the project, and it doesn't show how these trucks are going to get to these segments that are going to be improved.
Would you agree that construction would be during the project?
If you look at the number of years, this is going to be under construction. Mid-construction is year 6. With the heavy amount of construction traffic at these locations, that's the concern, is that there probably needs to be some maintenance along during the mid-years between the beginning and when anything will happen, year 6 or so, right?
Okay, if we can go back to AHO 1005. That was what we were just looking at. Chapter 3, the description of proposed project alternatives. And if we could go to page 34. And I have a question for you, but if it helps to refresh your recollection, you can look at lines 26. This is not the right page. One second, sorry. Oh, I don't know, but I'll ask you the question, and if you don't know, that's fine. But are you aware that the EIR states that all roadway modifications will be constructed to county standards?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
Do you have any, I'll allow the question if you have an opinion or any knowledge of it, Mr. Rodriguez.
It's a very general statement, and so
So you're not aware?
no.
Okay. I wanted to ask you a question. You keep saying that there were roads that were not analyzed, and if we could pull up 1164, AHO 1164. And this is Appendix 20A, which is the traffic analysis. Do you see this?
Yes.
Did you review this document?
Yes.
And if we could go to PDF page 6, which should be table 20A-5. Are you aware that all of these routes, including major highways to access the roads that we've been talking about and the improvements, were analyzed in this chapter, in this appendix?
Yes.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. I see we have a hand from Ms. Desjardins. If we can please elevate Ms. Desjardins. And then my next question is going to be for, I believe, Mr. Krieger, whether you have questions for this witness. So if we can also elevate Mr. Krieger. Good morning, Ms. Desjardins. You're welcome to come on camera.
I did want to raise an objection to Ms. Morris introducing an exhibit from a witness that was impeached on cross-examination, and the testimony has not been corrected, and not identifying it as such when it was introduced. There is a real issue ongoing of credibility of that witness. And the citation that it was from the EIR turned out to be incorrect. So I want to object also to the initial misrepresentation by counsel and the way it was introduced in cross-examination. Cross-examination of Sacramento County's witnesses is not a place to introduce exhibits or try to get testimony from Sacramento County's witnesses that corroborate her impeached witnesses' testimony. Thank you.
Ms. Desjardins, did you raise this objection to DWR 24 in the evidentiary objections that for which that
I raised the larger issue of false testimony regarding the stakeholder engagement committee and the tunnel intake design and the availability of documents. I think that there is a larger issue. The Code of Professional Conduct
Well, Ms. Desjardins,
requires DWR to correct
Ms.
testimony.
Desjardins, I'm not asking you to reiterate what you've already submitted.
Yeah.
I will acknowledge that I do need to rule on those evidentiary objections, and that is outstanding. So I think it sounds like, to the extent that there may be a connection, we can deal with that when we get evidentiary objections with respect to once that ruling has been made with respect to if you did object to DWR 24, which I don't have in front of me.
There is an issue of DWR did state they were going to correct the test. DWR's witness did state they were going to correct Mr. Murdoch's testimony, and the correction has not been submitted. So it is very much intersects with the cross-examination of this panel. Because not only has it not been submitted, but the DWR's counsel tried to elicit false testimony repeatedly from Don Natoli.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, I believe this relates to, I'll just be very brief. If we had the Murdoch revised testimony striking that one statement about County of Sacramento participation in the SEC, we will do it by the end of the week. I thought that we had, and if we haven't, it will be done by the end of the week.
Thank you. And thank you for looking into that. And thank you, Ms. Desjardins, for raising this if there's some cleanup here that needs to be done. And your objections are noted. So thank you.
Thank you.
I believe we have Mr. Krieger. Good morning, Mr. Krieger.
Good morning. Hearing Officer Kenzie Miles Krieger for the State Water Contractors. I do not have questions for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And is there anyone else who would wants to ask questions of this witness? And I and the hearing team don't have additional questions. So with that, I will look back to you, Ms. Tabor. Do you have any redirect for Mr. Rodriguez?
Just very briefly, please, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Mr. Rodriguez, at any time, has Mr. Murdoch contacted you regarding the county's concerns about impacts to roads and transportation?
No.
And to your knowledge, has anyone from DWR contacted you regarding the county's concerns about impacts to roads or transportation?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Tabor. And with that, Ms. Morris, do you have any follow-up? And I will note a head nod of no. Thank you. With that, thank you very much, Mr. Rodriguez, for your participation today. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your testimony, and you are excused.
Thank you.
Ms. Tabor, who is your next witness?
Our next witness is Amber Visela from the County Department of Parks and Recreation. And I believe she is, may not have been elevated, but should be online.
I don't see her in our list unless she was already elevated. I'll look to my team.
She is on now. I
see her.
So
Ms. Visela, you're welcome to come on camera and I will administer the oath. Good morning. Let's try unmuting and we'll try good morning just as a test.
Good morning.
I can hear you. Wonderful. If you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you very much. With that, to you, Ms. Tabor.
thank you. Good morning, Ms. Visela.
Good morning.
Is Exhibit Sacramento County 19 a accurate statement of your written testimony for this proceeding?
Yes.
Is Exhibit Sacramento County 21 a true and correct copy of your PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, could you please bring up Exhibit Sacramento County 21? Thank you. And Ms. Veselka, at this time, could you please proceed to summarize your testimony?
Yes, thank you. Good morning. Hello, my name is Amber Veselka. I'm a recreation supervisor with Sacramento County Regional Parks. And here's a summary of my testimony on recreation. Next slide, please. I hold a bachelor's degree in Parks, Recreation, and Tourism and have worked for Sacramento County Regional Parks since 2004. I oversee and manage the county regional park facilities, activities, and opportunities in the Sacramento County Delta, including County Service Area 4C and the Cosumnes River Preserve. Next slide, please. This slide shows figure 16-1, the recreation map from the final EIR. I've increased the figure to show the Stone Lakes National Wildlife boundaries in relation to the Hood intakes, as well as the Cosumnes River Preserve fee title boundaries in relation to the Twin Cities complex. Please note that the figure 16-1 recreation map does not include easements that are part of the Cosumnes River Preserve. Next slide, please. As my testimony states, I anticipate long-term reductions in recreation opportunities and experiences at Stone Lakes due to recreation impacts on access, noise, visual character, and reduced wildlife viewing. Downplayed by the final EIR, there will be impacts outside the project footprint resulting from artificial lighting and geotechnical boring and vibration, which will impact species such as the sandhill crane, western pond turtles, yellow warblers, Swainson's hawks, tricolored blackbirds, burrowing owls, and many additional species. The final EIR acknowledges significant and unavoidable project impacts in terms of visual, air quality related to particulate matter and ambient noise. The increased magnitude of noise, ground-borne vibration, and visual impacts will have an increased impact to wildlife, which is a key component of recreational experiences at Stone Lakes. This slide shows how Intake B is located immediately adjacent to the Stone Lakes National Wildlife Western boundary. Intake C is located about 1 mile from Stone Lakes National Wildlife Refuge boundary, and the tunnel alignment route appears to be as close as 100 to 200 feet. Next slide, please. This slide shows a map of the Cosumnes River Preserve. The preserve encompasses about 52,000 acres of protected land from Staten Island to the south to the eastern edge of Sacramento County, with the core located between Interstate 5 and Highway 99, north and south of Twin Cities Road. The Cosumnes River Preserve provides recreation opportunities for over 100,000 visitors annually. Next slide, please. The Twin Cities complex would have significant construction for approximately 13 years with worksite and the dual launch shaft. Construction of the Twin Cities complex would create significant impact to recreation and visitors at the Cosumnes River Preserve due to noise, dust, and visual disturbance. There will be impacts outside the project footprint resulting from artificial lighting and geotechnical boring and vibration, which will impact species such as the sandhill crane, western pond turtles, yellow warblers, Swainson's hawks, tricolored blackbirds, burrowing owls, and additional species. The maps on this slide include figure 16-1, the map book sheet 6, and the Cosumnes River Preserve boundary map in relation to the Twin Cities complex. Next slide, please. To conclude, the proposed project at both sites will result in a magnitude of noise, ground-borne vibration, and visual impacts. All will have an increased impact on wildlife, which is a key component of the recreational experience and opportunities at the Cosumnes River Preserve and Stone Lakes National Wildlife Refuge. The final EIR downplayed impacts outside the project footprint resulting from artificial lighting and geotechnical boring and vibration that would impact species. The project would have significant adverse impacts to recreation users of the Cosumnes River Preserve and Stone Lakes National Wildlife Refuge, therefore is not in the best interest of the public. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Veselka. And let me get my view here. I will turn, looks like, to Ms. Morris. Ms. Morris, do you have questions for Ms. Veselka?
I do. Good morning, Miss Veselka. How are you?
Good morning. Fine, thank you.
I'm outside counsel for the Department of Water Resources. My name is Stephanie Morris, and I have some questions for you today. If at any time you don't understand my questions, please just let me know. I'm happy to try to rephrase them. In your testimony, you state that you have a bachelor's degree in Parks, Recreation, and Tourism from the University of North Carolina, with a double concentration in leisure services management, travel, tourism, and commercial recreation. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Do you hold any other advanced degrees?
I do not.
Do you have any other degrees?
I do not.
And just in orienting, looking at your testimony, SACO 19 on page 2 through line 28 through page 3, and we can pull that up. It's, if that's helpful, SACO 19. You state that based on information in the final EIR, the tunnel alignment route appears as close as 100 to 200 feet to the Stone Lakes National Wildlife Refuge. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And when you state that, you mean the boundary of the Stone Lakes National Wildlife Refuge. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
And are you aware that the tunnel alignment will not encroach upon the Stone Lakes National Wildlife Refuge?
I think that there will be an impact. The tunnel alignment will have an impact to Stone Lakes National Wildlife Refuge.
But it's not, when I say encroach, I mean it's not on Stone Lakes National Wildlife Refuge, correct?
Correct. The information that I have seen is adjacent.
And are you aware that the tunnel at the location that you're concerned about will be below ground?
Yes.
And do you have any understanding of how deep underground the tunnel will be?
I have read some of the information provided. I'm not sure exactly I know that at different places, the tunnel is deeper in some places. I am not exactly sure how deep the tunnel will be in this specific location you are asking about.
Okay. And if we could look at, just pull up slide 5 from SACO 21, please, Ms. Mullen. And if we could just blow up on the map, and just orienting ourselves, the brown area at the top, kind of right of this map, that is the Stone Lakes National Wildlife Refuge boundary, correct?
To the left of the map.
Yep, the brown area.
Yes, that is correct.
And it's also identified in the legend, correct?
Correct. Yes, it is.
I can read it. I'm not sure I can on that. Okay. Would you agree that I-5 runs through and abuts the Stone Lake, large portions of the Stone Lake National Wildlife Refuge?
I do agree that I-5, Stone Lakes is on both sides of I-5.
And the I-5 is that red line running through the beigeish color that we just.
Yes.
Okay. In your testimony on page 3, lines 10 through 12, you state that the project would result in increased magnitude of noise, ground-borne vibrations, and visual impacts, and that all of these will have an impact on wildlife. Do you have any formal education and training assessing noise impacts on wildlife?
No, I do not.
Do you have any formal education and experience in assessing ground-borne vibration impacts on wildlife?
No, I do not.
And do you have any formal education and training in assessing visual impacts on wildlife?
No.
Do you have any formal education and training assessing impacts from artificial lighting on any of the species you listed in your testimony on page 3, lines 14 through 16.
No, my information that I have is all about recreation and recreational opportunities. I do not have the advanced training of that you have asked.
Okay, so you don't have any opinions as to impacts on species from noise?
I have opinions that it definitely would make impacts to species after working in the preserve and the partnership over the last 20 years. There are many individuals that I work with that have talked about different impacts to wildlife, but I don't have any formal training myself.
Okay. And you also state in page 322, lines 22 to 23, that the Twin Cities complex would be located adjacent to the Casumnes Preserve. Is that accurate?
That is correct, yes.
And again, the Twin Cities complex is not going to encroach upon the boundaries of the Casumnes Preserve, will it?
No, as my statement says, it's adjacent.
Are you aware how far the Twin Cities complex is at its nearest point to the Casumnes River Preserve?
It looks like it's just across the road.
And then maybe we could pull up a map. We might have to pull up 2 maps, but I think it's marked as DWR 01113. Miss Mullen, if you think it's in our FTP site.
Got it. Thank you.
And if we could blow this up, this is a map from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife that shows the Casumnes River Ecological Reserve. Is that accurate?
No, the ecological reserve has completely different boundaries than the Casumnes River Preserve. The preserve boundaries was the map in my presentation. The ecological reserve is a different designation than the preserve itself.
And the ecological reserve is shown on this map, though, correct?
As far as I understand, the ecological reserve is specific to just CDF and W, and so that's specific to their land at the preserve, not other landowners at the preserve. So that is specific to just CDF and W land.
Okay. And in your testimony at page 4, lines 3 to 4, you state that the Casumnes River Preserve consists of over 52,000 acres of wildlife and agricultural lands owned by 7 landowning partners. Is that accurate?
So there is 7 landowning partners as well as numerous conservation easements. Over half the preserve acreage is in conservation easements. So, and I believe I kind of stated some of that as cooperators and landowning partner. The landowning partners are some of the agencies, and then we have numerous partners that are conservation easement owners.
And by agricultural lands, those are lands that are located within the Casumnes River Preserves, correct?
Yes.
And those lands are farmed, correct?
There is wildlife-friendly farming as well as grazing that occurs.
And do you know what portion of the lands that you've identified in the Casumnes River Preserve are farmed?
There is a map in my presentation. It protects the Casumnes River corridor. As I said, it's, the core of the preserve is between I-5 and Highway 99, north and south of Twin Cities. There is a significant portion that is grazed as far as for habitat protection.
So you don't know a specific portion, but
I don't know a specific number. No, I would have to look into our files. We do graze quite a bit of the preserve.
okay. By quite a bit, would that be more than 50%?
I can't speak to that exactly with percentage.
And is there a map that shows which portions are farmed?
No, the map that I have is shows the landowning partners in my presentation. There may be a map in the preserve management plan that shows more about the grazing, but as I said, my testimony is in regards to recreation and not kind of the agricultural lands portion.
Okay. And in general, farming activities require the use of equipment like tractors, harvesters, those types of equipments, correct?
At times, yes.
And that equipment would create noise, correct?
Correct. A lot of these farming activities occur when wildlife is not as impacted as a 13-year span of construction.
And that farming activity would also create dust, correct?
Yes, some of it could create dust.
In your testimony on page 4, to line 25, you state the Cosumnes River Preserve has an estimated 100,000 annual visitors. Is that accurate?
That is correct. BLM just finished a study last year in 2024 that stated that there was about 100,000 annual visitors to the preserve.
But you didn't provide that study in your testimony or to support your statement, correct?
No, I did not, but I am happy to provide that information if needed.
And do you know the visitor count by season?
There is a significant more number of visitors during September through the March timeframe during the winter migration period. But we do have visitors year round.
But that count is not in a survey. Does it assess? Does it give numbers by season, or is it just a general overall number?
I would have to check what BLM and what their survey actually went into. The information that I was given by the Bureau of Land Management was just that number at this time.
So you haven't actually seen the survey, you just were provided that information?
I have seen some of the survey. I just don't know in depth with everything. I have not reviewed it for my testimony today. I just did not think that it was going to be part of my questioning.
Okay.
I would have to go back and review it. It's been a while since it's been over a year, so I'm not really able to comment on exactly what it stated.
Okay, thank you. In your testimony on page 4, lines 15 through 16, you state that the construction of the Twin Cities complex would create a significant impact to visitors at the adjacent Cosumnes River Preserve due to noise. And you cite AHO 1183. Did you do your own analysis of impacts from noise on visitors at the Cosumnes River Preserve?
No.
And if we could pull up the site that you provide in your testimony for that statement, it's AHO 1183, I think PDF page 65. Coincidentally, did you read the FEIR and input the sites for your testimony?
I have read portions of the FEIR. I have not read the entire document. I definitely focused on chapter 16, which was the recreation. But then I also read portions of different chapters that I felt that was related to my testimony.
And for the citations in your testimony to the FEIR, did you insert those citations?
Yes.
Okay. And then if we could, and this is, again, you cited this on page 4 of your testimony. This is the citation to support your statement. And could you show me where in this it says there will be a significant noise impact on visitors
So my testimony says pages 24 to 65. It is throughout that document. that I would say for it. It is not specific to page 65.
If you scroll to the bottom of this page, please, Miss Mullen, it's marked as 24-65.
Okay,
So
great. Thank you. All right.
Ruth-
That helps me clarify because I was just looking at my thing that says 2465 and it looks like page 2465. Thank you.
Yeah.
Can you scroll up because I don't believe it is, I'm trying to, I'm not exactly remembering.
If we can probably go to the top of the page. I don't.
So I believe I received this from kind of the top portion when I was writing this document.
But there's nowhere in the lines 1 through 18 that state that there will be a significant noise impact on visitors to the
Correct.
Correct?
There is not, but I believe it would create a significant impact to visitors
But you didn't
because of the noise. And as you said, I'm not an expert on noise, but I still believe that there would be an impact. Noise would impact the visitors and the recreational opportunities at the preserve for the duration of this project.
Are you aware of what the ambient noise level at the preserve is?
No, I am not.
And if we could pull up AHO 1184, please. And this is the sound level contour analysis for the project. And if we, do you see that on the top?
I do.
Okay. If we could please go to PDF page 70. If we can scroll down. Okay. If we could scroll up just a tiny bit, sorry. Do you see where the sound contour well, actually, if we could look at the legend, that would be helpful.
Yes, please.
Okay, this is for the Bethany Reservoir Conveyance option, which is also alternative 5 and the Delta Conveyance project. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. And the darker pink area is a pile driving pile driving contour at 60 dBA. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then the pink dashed line shows the medium term pile driving, which is 50 dBA. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see that if we can scroll back up, we're following Highway 5. And do you see the pink bob in the middle? Do you know what that is?
That would probably be the Twin Cities complex, I would assume, because of the location.
And at the bottom of the gray structure in the middle of the page, do you see like there's a red line that is kind of straight across and then drops at an angle?
Yes.
Is that Twin Cities
Yes.
Road?
Yes, I believe it is.
And did you look at this noise contour when forming your opinion that the noise impacts would have the noise would have an impact on visitors visiting the Cosumnes River Preserve?
I was not aware of this map. However, the map does show that there will be noise impacts. We have recreational visitors that do bird watching along Twin Cities Road. And so I believe that this would be an impact with the noise. But no, I was not familiar with this exhibit.
Okay, I think it'd be helpful to identify on or on this map, if you're able to, are you able to show me where the bird watching is that you're participating in?
Sure. So we have if you want to pull up my PowerPoint, I believe that might be more helpful.
That's 21, right? 21, SACO 21.
And I think it's probably maybe the next slide. So here you can kind of see where the Twin Cities complex is in relation to the preserve, with the preserve map and some of the, so you can see some of the boundaries and the way that the bird watchers just go along Twin Cities Road while they're, doing recreational viewing. So
Maybe-
that is part of the preserve.
Are you, sorry, just to orient, I believe you're looking at the map that says location above it. It says location of Twin Cities complex. There's an arrow and that's on the right-hand side of the PowerPoint. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then you are referring to potentially the, I don't know what color it is, like orangey color?
All the colors that are shaded are in somewhat part of the preserve. This is kind of the preserve map. So this map shows either conservation easements or areas that are owned by the preserve.
Okay. And the orangey color sections, are those grazed or farmed, do you know?
I believe sometimes there's different types of uses on some of those lands. I am not exactly sure what is going on at this moment for those, but there are definitely birds on those parcels.
Okay. Are you aware that there will not be construction on the weekends in general for the Delta Conveyance project?
Somewhat, yes.
Okay.
There is some reading that I thought that I did include 7 days a week for construction of the Twin Cities complex, but I may have misread that or misunderstood that.
And do you understand that the different construction activities at different times will have different noise levels?
Yes, I understand that.
In your testimony on page 4, lines 15 through 17, you state that the construction of the Twin Cities complex would create a significant impact to visitors due to dust. And then you cite back to the AHO 1172, which is a portion of the final EIR. Did you do any air quality analysis of the impacts from dust on visitors at the Consumnes River Preserve?
No.
And if we could pull up the site that you provide for supporting that statement, I believe it's AHO 1172. And I think it's PDF page 11 is the first site. And if we could just scroll down to the bottom again. And do you see that this is page 23-11, which you cited to support this?
Yes.
And again, where on this page can I find statements that say there will be significant impact from dust on visitors to the Consumnes River Preserve?
I would say the particulate matter, so the last few lines of this exhibit.
But this doesn't
is what I was referring to.
But this is just in general describing particulate matter. It's not saying that there is an impact at the Consumnes River Preserve.
Correct. It does not. There's a lot of documentation that does not specifically call out the preserve in most of the writing of this, but I believe that there would be significant dust impacts to the preserve due to construction.
And you also cite for this contention to support this statement, sorry, AHO 1172, page 144. I think it is actually 144. I don't think there's a PDF change. if you can maybe, well, there's no specific line cite, so I assume that it was CEQA conclusions, all project alternatives, which begins on line 25. And can you show me on this page where it says that there would be air quality impacts to visitors at the Cosumnes River Preserve?
As I said, I don't believe it's usually called out the Cosumnes River Preserve exactly, but I believe there will be air quality impacts to the preserve with some of the things that are stated in the FIERR in these documents.
Okay. And if we also, I could go to page 145 and ask you the same question, but would it be the same answer?
Yes, it would be the same answer.
Fair enough. Thank you. In your testimony on page 4, lines 15 through 17, you state that construction of the Twin Cities complex would create a significant impact to visitors at the adjacent Cosumnes River Preserve due to visual disturbance caused by grading, filling, contouring, and other ground disturbing operations. Did you do your own analysis of visual impacts to visitors at the Cosumnes River Preserve?
No.
And if we pull up the site, which we can, 1151, I'll ask you the question and I'm happy to pull it up. Is there anything on AHO 1151, page 18-51, that states that there will be visual impacts on the Cosumnes River Preserve?
I don't believe there is. From what I recall, it is not stated.
Okay. In your testimony on page 5, lines 6 through 12, you state that this is, as I read it, and you can correct me, as an example of construction on the Highway 99 bridge work was completed in 2019, and in essence that let me just actually say that, let me strike all of that and start over, sorry. In paragraph 16, you say that the project would have impacts on wildlife. And you also state as an example, the Highway 99 bridge construction work that was completed in 2019. And you say during that construction, bird numbers started to decline and nest sites that were once in the hundreds of active nests are now down to around 60 active nests. Do you see that?
Yes, I do see that.
And I don't see any citation for this statement.
Those are just from our volunteer monitors that monitor the rookery. So numbers.
Is that documented or is that just verbally communicated?
It's more of a citizen science type project and just gathering additional information.
So you didn't personally perform the bird and nest surveys before and after the construction of the Highway 99 bridge. Is that accurate?
Not personally, no.
Thank you for your time and for answering all of my questions. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Morris. I will look to Mr. Krieger. Do you have questions for Ms. Veselka?
Just a few. Good morning, Ms. Veselka. My name is Miles Krieger, and I'm an attorney for the State Water Contractors. It's nice to meet you.
Hello.
Ms. Mullen, would you please pull up SACO 19? And if you would scroll to paragraph 3, thank you. Ms. Veselka, in paragraph 3, you refer to the Stone Lakes National Wildlife Refuge. Do you see that?
Yes.
Are you testifying on behalf of the federal government or any of its agencies in this?
No, I am not.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, if you would please scroll down to paragraph 11, which I believe is on page 4. And in paragraph 11, Ms. Veselka, you refer to 7 landowning partners. Can you identify those entities for the record?
I can try offhand. It's Bureau of Land Management, the Nature Conservancy, California Department of Fish and Wildlife. There is Ducks Unlimited. There is, my map has them all. There's a state water, believe your water agency or the state water resources. If you want to, and there's two more, if you want to pull up my PowerPoint, and there's the colorful key has the additional partners, but I believe it's in a couple other state agencies. I believe the slide before. So BLM, CDF&W, DWR, State Water Resources, Ducks Unlimited, Sacramento County, the State Lands Commission, the Nature Conservancy, and those conservation easements.
Okay, thank you. And are you testifying on behalf of any of those entities other than the County of Sacramento?
I am not, no.
But you are testifying on behalf of County of Sacramento?
I am testifying on behalf of Sacramento County Regional Parks, yes, in Sacramento County.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, if we could go back to SACO 19 and scroll down to paragraph 14. And Ms. Morris asked a number of these questions, so I only have one. Did you participate in the preparation of the 2024 study you referenced in line 25?
I was included as the recreation supervisor for the preserve. And we had a number of volunteers and staff out there that participated in gathering the data, but it was Bureau of Land Management that actually oversaw the survey itself.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, would you please scroll down to paragraph 15 on page 5? And in the second sentence there, Ms. Visela, you state that many recreational users would likely avoid the CRP due to potential concerns about noise, dust, and construction traffic. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you conduct any survey of visitors to determine whether visitors would be less likely to visit the CRP due to the DCP?
No, I did not.
And so is it fair to say that you don't have any data demonstrating, say, a forecasted percentage of potential visitors who would avoid visiting the CRP due to the DCP?
Correct, I do not.
Okay, thank you. And in paragraph 17, Ms. Mullen, if you would scroll down, please. You mention an RTM in regard to the Twin Cities complex. Is that fair?
Yes.
And on lines 18 through 19, you testify that the RTM will have a substantial increase in visual impact to the visitors of the CRP. Is that right?
I believe I said it would have a visual impact to the typical flat delta landscape. But yes, later on, I definitely did say it would have visitor impacts to the CRP. Yes.
Okay. And have you done any analysis or surveys, for example, showing that visitors would be less likely to visit the CRP due to an RTM pile?
No.
Okay. Those are all the questions that I have for you. Thank you very much, Mrs. Selka.
Thank you, Mr. Krieger. Does anyone else have questions for Ms. Veselka before I return to Ms. Tabor? Then with that, Ms. Tabor, do you have any redirect?
Just a few, please. Ms. Veselka, if the tunneling activity were to occur underneath the Stone Lakes National Wildlife Refuge, would you be concerned about potential vibration impacts to the refuge uses?
Yes.
Objection, assumes facts not in evidence.
Which,
You asked a hypothetical.
okay. Characterized as a hypothetical. That's fair enough. Go ahead, Ms. Tabor.
Thank you. And am I correct, Ms. Veselka, that one of your concerns is that the DCP EIR did not specifically discuss or disclose potential impacts to visitor uses at the Cosumnes River Preserve or Stone Lakes National Wildlife Refuge?
Yes.
Thank you. Are you aware of any surveys by the Department of Water Resources or the state water contractors regarding potential visitor impacts to the Cosumnes River Preserve?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Tabor. And with that, Ms. Morris, do you have any follow-up?
I have one question. Are you aware that the Department of Water Resources, in the preparation of the EIR, reached out to get visitor numbers, acreages for the Sumnes River Preserve?
I was not aware of that, no. No
Um,
one has contacted me directly.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. And with that, I want to thank you, Ms. Veselka. Thank you so much for joining us today, and thank you for your testimony. And
Thank you.
We are at 11:34. I believe, Ms. Tabor, your last witness for today is Charles Salter. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Let's go ahead. We'll get started with Mr. Salter and then see how far we get. I'll look to my hearing team. Can we please elevate Charles Salter? And Mr. Salter, you're welcome to come on camera and off mute. There you are. Good morning.
Good morning.
I will start by administering the oath, and then I will turn things over to Ms. Tabor. If you would please raise your right hand. Thank you. Mr. Salter, do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. To you, Ms. Tabor.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Salter.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here. Is Exhibit Sacramento County 1 an accurate statement of your written testimony for this proceeding?
Yes, it is.
And do you have any corrections to make to Exhibit Sacramento County 1?
Yes. On page 2, line 7, the word architecture should be art and design. And on page 2, line 9, the phrase Master of Business Administration and Finance should be a Master of Business Administration degree with a major in finance.
Thank you. And in Exhibit Sacramento County 1, paragraph 5 at footnote 1, do you provide a list of the documents you reviewed in preparation for your written testimony?
Yes.
Have you reviewed any additional documents in preparation for your oral testimony?
Yes. I recently reviewed exhibit DWR-01101 entitled DWR's Proposed Permit Terms.
Thank you. Did your review of DWR 1101 change any of the opinions you offer in Exhibit Sacramento County 1?
No. In the document, permit term 10 talks about construction noise control, but it is still insufficient to mitigate the concerns we have about inadequate mitigation for construction impacts.
Thank you. So none of the recommendations that you provide in your written testimony change based on your review of DWR 1101?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you. And is Exhibit Sacramento County 2 a true and correct copy of your resume?
Yes, it is.
Is Exhibit Sacramento County 3 a true and correct copy of your PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Thank you. At this time, Mr. Salter, would you, first of all, Ms. Mullen, would you please bring up Exhibit Sacramento County 3? And it appears Ms. Morris has her hand raised. Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Oh, I see that. Thank you.
I'm going
Please.
to ask some clarification. It appears that the Sacramento County exhibits are marked differently. So we have some cross exhibits that are SAC 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but then we have SAC O 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And so I was just wondering if we should clean that up. And I just wanted to note that I will use the SAC O, but it is a bit confusing because the cross exhibits were not marked SAC O, they're marked SAC, which makes it look like it's from a different party.
Yeah, we
And-
would be open to making those changes. We noted that as well when we, because we are cross proceeded developing our case in chief exhibit. So we're happy to, I think the most appropriate change would be to change the references to the cross-examination exhibits. But I guess that could, I'd look for some suggestions from the hearing office about how we would make that clear for the record, considering there were questions based on those.
Yeah, and let's think this through. What I'd suggest is that and I was looking to see, I'm not sure if we have all of the hearing exhibits. I assume they're all together. Yeah, I see the SAC and the SACO. So here's what I would propose, and let me know. Because now the problem with changing them is that now we have conflicting numbers, right? So one possibility would be to just leave them the way they are. A second possibility would be to label the cross exhibits with a new number, but then we'd have to maintain in parentheses the original number because presumably when they were introduced on cross and in the transcript, they'll be referred to under their old identification. So in some ways, I'm not sure we get anywhere by making any changes, but I'm open to ideas on this. Ms. Morris, you look like you might have a thought on this.
My suggestion was just to leave them as SAC and 1, 2, 3, 4, and then just be sure that in the exhibit list that there's like a footnote that states that the naming convention changed so that anything that's SAC 1 through 5 or whatever it is also Sacramento County, and everything else is SACO. That way we don't create confusion in the record, but we have it documented in the exhibit list.
Yeah, we're happy to make that change to our exhibit identification index.
Perfect. Let's do that. And thank you very much. These things are important, so I appreciate that. With that, I think back to you, Ms. Tabor. And Mr.
Yes. Okay. Now that we have the exhibit Sacramento County 3 up, Mr. Salter, you can please proceed to summarize your testimony.
Thank you. So these first few slides just give an overview of my written testimony. So this is the introductory slide. I've been an acoustical engineer for 57 years. I've taught acoustics at UC Berkeley, College of Environmental Design for 53 years, and been an expert witness in hundreds of legal cases. So board certified acoustical engineer by the Institute of Noise Control Engineering, licensed mechanical engineer in the state of California. So that's a summary of my qualifications. And the first slide gives an overview of what is said in my written testimony. So in our view, the construction noise and vibration from the proposed project is not adequately mitigated, and therefore, as a result, people living near the construction will be exposed to excessive construction noise on a daily basis for the duration of the project. And because of the proposed criteria that is established in the FEIR, it could take weeks to identify how to mitigate the noise, what's excessive, correlating complaints with excessive noise vis-a-vis the contract. So that's what we're going to be talking about. And the next slide shows my recommendations. And to avoid impacts, it's very straightforward. The noise mitigation needs to be assiduously installed before construction starts. So the pile driver mitigation shrouds, the walls that are needed and predicted need to be installed before construction rather than waiting for the complaints to roll in. And as I mentioned previously, the way that the criteria is written in the environmental document is is very unclear. So as part of our recommendations, we have recommended clarification, a way of making life easy for the contractor, as well as protecting the people within earshot of the construction noise. So in the next few minutes, I'd like to bring you through the sections of the report that relate to this summary introduction. And so I'd like to look at SACTO number one, the written testimony, and start off on page 4, line 27. So this is Mr. Volk's testimony about significant noise impacts that were predicted as part of the noise analysis. And so we start there, and then right on the next page talks about the hourly sound levels that are identified as level of impact. So on the next page, at the top, it talks about 60 dBA hourly during the day would be considered an impact, and then 50 dBA at night. So that's where we start with respect to serious impacts. And so then they have noise monitoring. This is discussed on page 10 on my written testimony, line 25.
Ms. Mullen, can we go to page 10, please? And then down to line 25. Thank you.
So if you look carefully on line 25, it talks about looking at the noise monitoring results on a weekly basis. So they're monitoring the noise continuously to make sure that the noise is not excessive, which I support, but then they're looking at it on a weekly basis, which I think doesn't make any sense at all. They should be looking at it continuously, hourly, and it's very straightforward with modern monitoring equipment to do that, rather than this showing compliance on a weekly basis. So that's one area that I wanted to have you consider in terms of, as I say, making sense. And so then we go to page 9, lines 1 to 7. And this is where I ran aground understanding what it's saying here. It talks about hourly levels for a period of more than 3 days in any 14-day period. It goes on, and as I say, I've read this a number of times and I still don't understand it. And so to the extent that other people don't understand it, this identification of noise impact could be extraordinarily difficult for all concerned. And so I go on in this report to talk about how unclear and unreasonable this lack of clarity is on line 9. And so obviously when things are unclear, the contractor is going to take one position as to what it means, and others will take other positions. And so I can just see a lot of complaints, a lot of acoustic impact, and it's just not fair to have something that I see as being very unclear and not in line with protecting people. And so if we look down on line 16 on this page, talks about how this standard quoted from the EIR is subject to interpretation and disagreement, line 15. And so in conclusion, the next page, page 10, line 1, we are suggesting that to just adopt a 1-hour LEQ, hourly LEQ standard average level, and when the monitoring, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good, because I've pushed the wrong button. Anyways, I'll continue, maybe be able to get back on the screen. So I'm just saying that you take a 1-hour sound level, 60 decibels. When the noise monitor shows that it's excessive noise, they stop construction and mitigate the noise. And obviously stopping construction would be extraordinarily impactful. You don't want to stop construction. So what you want to do with the noise mitigation that's installed initially is you simply have a factor of safety, virtually guaranteeing that you'll never exceed the limit, protect homeowners. The contractor is obviously a lot more comfortable with their various activities. And so it's a win-win approach to mitigating construction noise impact.
Does that complete your testimony, Mr. Salter, or are you pausing to gather?
That completes my testimony, and I'm on this screen. I can't see you anymore. I don't quite know how to get back.
You may be able to go, if you go to at the top of the Zoom screen, there should be a choice that says view.
It says home, or where do I go? It says Zoom workplace, home, team chat, documents.
Well, maybe not that far up. On your Zoom screen, I believe there should be a bar that, and one of the choices is view. On my screen, it appears near the right-hand side.
Oh, okay.
And if you click on gallery, it should bring you back.
Oh, interesting.
Maybe.
Yeah, okay. Let's see. Sorry, I pushed the wrong button.
I understand.
Okay. So it says join from Zoom Workplace app.
I think you may be on the wrong. So are you able to get back to your regular Zooms at
I'm gonna try.
the regular Zoom screen? You may be on the wrong
yeah, I think you're right. Okay. Perfect.
There we go.
Bingo.
And just to follow up, Mr. Salter, you had completed your testimony before I see if there are any questions.
Exactly.
Wonderful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
What I'd like to do, it's 11:52. I think it's a good time for us to go ahead and take our lunch break. Unless Ms. Tabor, you have any, or anyone else has any thoughts or concerns about that. And then we'd reconvene at 12:45 would be my intent.
That works for us.
All right. let's go ahead and do that. Thank you very much. I will see all of you at 12:45 and we will pick up with questions for Mr. Salter. Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye.
All right, welcome back. We're reconvening after lunch. I will look first to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am.
Wonderful, thank you. And we just heard from Mr. Salter, who had completed his testimony. I want to make sure we have Mr. Salter with us. And then I will look to Ms. Morris.
Excuse me, Hearing Officer Kenzie, before we start, I believe we should have waiting to be elevated Michelle Chester from our firm to participate in Mr. Salter's cross. If you could please elevate her.
Certainly. Yes, the hearing team, please elevate Ms. Chester. Thank you and good afternoon, Ms. Chester.
Thank you.
And with that, and we have Mr. Salter, so I will look to you, Ms. Morris. Do you have questions for Mr. Salter?
I do. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Salter. How are you doing today?
Good. I can't see you. I can hear you, but I can't see you. Can you see me?
I can see you. And
Okay, so I'm
This may be a view. So now my
Yes.
instructions may work. At the top of the screen,
yes.
is there a button that says view? And if you click gallery,
Okay,
you
view.
go.
Yeah, I'm struggling. Okay. Let's see, gallery. More. Let me see. I was there and then I see home, team chat, documents. Very strange. Okay.
I don't know if someone with more technical expertise can help
Okay.
with different
Here
views.
we go.
Okay.
Success.
Okay, good. Good.
Very, very
it's easier if you
strange.
can see the face of the person who's asking you questions.
Yes.
I think with that, Ms. Morris, please.
great. My name is Stephanie Morris. Nice to meet you. I am outside counsel for the Department of Water Resources, and I have a number of questions for you today. So thank you for being here to answer them. Preliminarily, I'd like to pull up DWR 704, if we could, please, Ms. Mullen. Mr. Salter, I think you and I are going to have a conversation that we maybe once had before about this document in a different proceeding, but we'll see if I'm recalling correctly. This, and maybe we could just make it so we could see the bottom of the page as well, please. Are you familiar with this document?
Yes, I am.
And in fact, you submitted this document or a very similar version in SAC 028. Is that correct? Do we need to pull it up? Would you like to pull up SAC 028 so you can see the cover page?
I did refer to this document in my written testimony. That's correct.
Okay. And is this document that's marked as DWR 704 and SAC 028 a resource commonly used by experts in your field?
Yes.
And just for the record, these documents appear to be the same, but different copies, in which SAC 028 has all the appendices. And one of them is single space and one is double space, so the page numbers are different. So I'm going to try to just stick with SAC 028, I think. But in general, I believe them to be the same document. If we can pull up SAC 028 just to look at the cover page to ensure. And if we scroll to the top, I believe this is SAC 028, or maybe it's marked on the bottom somewhere. Yes. So this appears to be the similar document, at least in terms of the cover page. Correct, Mr. Salter?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Did you perform your own independent analysis of construction noise from the Delta Conveyance project?
I reviewed the assumed sound level that it's in the EIR and the values seemed reasonable, but beyond that, I didn't do any particular analysis independent of reviewing.
Okay. So you didn't perform any independent analysis to support your testimony that's documented in SACO 1.
The document you're referring to speaks for itself, so I'm not sure that I can say anything more than saying I wrote the report. It conveys my opinions, my findings.
Okay, let me try this again. Maybe my question wasn't clear. Did you perform any independent noise analysis to support your testimony in this matter?
I'm not sure what you mean by independent noise analysis. What does that mean?
Did you do any analysis?
Well, I mentioned a minute ago to you that I reviewed the sound levels that were assumed for construction noise impact, and they seem reasonable.
Did you conduct any noise modeling?
Did we do noise? We did, yes. Yes, we did some noise modeling. That's correct.
Where can I find that noise modeling?
I don't believe that that was part of the testimony in the report for this matter on behalf of Sacramento County.
So you did do noise modeling, but not to support this testimony.
Correct. Not that I can recall. I mean, we did noise modeling. We reviewed the noise modeling and the noise contours, the number of homes that were predicted to be impacted, but it was just reviewing.
You were just reviewing what was presented in the FEIR and in terms of Mr. Volk's testimony that you reviewed in preparation. Is that an accurate summary?
Yes, primarily. And then we did some of our own just to confirm that what was provided made sense.
And is it your testimony that the noise modeling you did on your own did confirm that what was provided made sense?
I just want to insert here perhaps an objection that he's already stated that the noise modeling was not the basis of his testimony for Sacramento County. I just want to make that clear.
Noted. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Salter. Unless you need the question again.
Yeah, Ms. Mars, could you please state the question again? Thanks.
And you just stated that you did some noise modeling to confirm that the information provided in the FEIR, and these were your words, made sense. And my question was, did they make sense based on your noise modeling?
Yes.
Okay. And I should have done this in the beginning, and I apologize because I am singularly focused on this moment. But you also have testimony that you are providing at some point later for Hood Community Council. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And unless I specify that I'm asking about that testimony or analysis, I'm going to hold my questions on that particular testimony and analysis until you are presented and counsel for Hood is available. So I am really specifically asking you today about your testimony in SAC 001. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Okay. And my apologies for not doing that earlier. Okay. And looking at your testimony, SAC 01, on page 2, footnote 1, because I'll wait till they scroll down so you can tell Ms. Mullen scrolls down. Thank you. I noted that and part of the things that you reviewed were the 2016 Bay Delta Water Conservation Plan, California Water Fix, EIR, EIS. Are you aware that the Water Fix project had a different configuration, setting, and noise analysis than the Delta Conveyance project?
Yes, I am.
Why did you review the 2016 Water Fix, EIR, and EIS analysis?
Because it was provided to me.
Okay. Did you rely on anything from the 2016 Water Fix, EIR, EIS analysis to support your opinions in SAC 0001?
No.
And are you aware that DWR's noise analysis, the threshold of significance for noise during construction, was based in part on whether noise during daytime hours exceeded 60 dBA on an average hourly basis at the locations where sensitive receptors exist?
Yes.
And you reviewed Mr. Volk's testimony, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware that Mr. Volk testified that 60 dBA is equivalent to normal speech at 6 feet away?
Yes. I can't remember whether you said 6 feet away because it's 3 feet away, but if he said 6, then he might feel it at 6.
Okay.
But
Well,
the standard data that I see, it's 3 feet away, but it's not that important.
we can go with 3 feet away. And if we could pull up DWR 00712. And just while we're pulling that up, thank you, Ms. Mullen. Do you have any reason to disagree with that statement by Mr. Volk, other than it's normally 3 feet in your opinion, 60 dBA?
It's really not worth arguing about. I mean, in the documents I use, we wrote a book on acoustics. I teach acoustics. In the documents we use, it's 60 dBA at 3 feet normal speech.
Okay.
He might have some other references where he's using 6 feet. Perfectly fine.
Okay. And are you familiar with this exhibit zeros that we just pulled up that's marked DWR 0012? And maybe we could make it a little bit smaller so we could see the whole page, please, Ms. Mullen.
I believe that I saw this before.
Okay. And do you understand that this shows and if you look at the legend, you can confirm this, that this shows the noise modeling at the intakes for the Delta Conveyance project where the 60 dBA criteria is exceeded during the pile driving phase of construction?
Yeah, I can't read the notes here, but if this is the one that's for pile driving, then I have no reason to argue with you.
Okay, why don't we, if we could, Ms. Mullen, just zoom in on the bottom so that we can see the legend. Perfect. Okay. And would you agree that this figure does not represent the construction noise contours for the entire construction period?
Now, this purports to show the pile driving.
And in looking at the legend, would you agree that the pile driving phase of the construction is 21 months?
That's what it shows or says.
And the brownish dots that we see in the figure, those are residential structures, correct?
That's what it shows in the chart, correct?
And we can pull this up if it's helpful, but well, maybe we just should. And if we could please pull up DWR 700.
For clarification, can I ask if that image was part of the EIR or merely submitted as an exhibit in this proceeding?
It's part of the EIR, and
Thank
the citations are in Mr. Volk's testimony. And looking at this, you see this 700 is the testimony of Mr. Volk.
Yes, I do.
And if we could go to page 11, please. And looking at the testimony, I think in large part beginning on line 5 and going through line 10, do you see that Mr. Volk testified that the construction noise would potentially exceed 60 dBA for 1 hour? And maybe you could help me. What is LEQ?
It's the average sound level.
Okay. So LEQ during the day at 117 residences. Do you see that?
I see what you are referring to. Yes.
Do you have any reason to disagree with that?
He used a pile driving noise of 110 decibels at 50 feet. And so in reviewing the water fix work I did previously, we used 115 using the same database. But they're planning on doing acoustical testing, as you know, for pile driving to verify the number. And so he may get 110 or 115. The number could vary once they do their experiment out in the field. So he picked a number, which is a reasonable number to pick, but that number could be increased depending on the field testing verification.
Isn't it true that the number could be decreased based on the field testing as well?
Yeah, sure, that's a possibility, but I would say, based on what I've said in the last minute, that it most likely will increase depending on the pile size, et cetera.
And anywhere in your testimony at SACO 1, where do you have that cited that you believe the pile driving should be at 115 DCP? Where can I find that?
That's not a part of my work.
Okay.
You and I are just talking about Mr. Volk's testimony and the numbers he's using and the contours he's using, and I'm giving you additional information to be clear.
Okay. If we could pull up in your testimony at page 4, that's SACO 1, lines 15 to 23, you cite the FEIR for the statement that daytime noise exceedances at 143 residents over the course of up to 21 months of pile driving, correct?
I'm just quoting the FEIR. That's correct.
And would you agree that that's for the entire project and not just the intakes that Mr. Volk was testifying about?
See if I can, based on my review.
We can pull up, I think maybe something that would be helpful. If we could please pull up AHO 1183. And did you review this chapter 24, the noise and vibration chapter in the EIR?
Yes, I did.
And looking at PDF page 2. And you can see that this is the comparison of impacts on noise and vibration by alternative. I believe this is what you cited. Does that sound accurate?
I can't remember citing this particular table, but as I say, I reviewed this. These were the estimates they developed as part of the environmental assessment.
Okay. I'm just looking at page 4 of your testimony. It says the FER concludes the construction will not exceed the criteria proposed in the FER as follows. And then it has, it cites to this 1183 page 24-2, table 24O, which is this table, correct?
Got it. Yes. So you're correct that that's the table we're looking at. And in my written testimony, I was quoting the FEIR noise analysis and accepting what they estimated.
Okay. And in this table 24, if you go all the way to the alternative at the top and you see alternative 5, do you understand that alternative 5 is the Delta Conveyance project?
That's my understanding.
And if we go down to the, I believe, 4th row where it says receptors exceeding daytime criteria, do you see that column?
Yeah, I'm aware that these are estimates.
Okay. And this is for the entire project, correct? For alternative 5?
I'm not clear on whether this is the entire project or just a particular area where they did the where they had the intakes. So I would have to reread this section in order to accurately answer your question about it being the entire project.
Okay, and looking under alternative 5, you do see that there's 143, and that's the number that you cite in your testimony, correct?
Correct.
And besides the intakes, are you aware of other locations where there is pile driving for the project?
No, I'm not aware of that, no.
And then I just wanted to blow up the, if we could scroll down just slightly, and there's I think a footnote A. And if we could scroll that up and blow that up, sorry.
Thank you.
Do you see that under the footnote A, it says if eligible property owners participate in mitigation measure NOI 1 to develop and implement a noise control plan, the impacts would be less than significant?
I see that, and I found that to be kind of a strange way of thinking. I guess from an EIR perspective, that's their finding, but in terms of what it's doing, it didn't make much sense from a practical point of view.
Okay, and looking at, I think 11, I'm still on 1183. If we could go to PDF page 32. And scroll down, I believe it's table 24-9. Hopefully, there it is. And do you see that this is the land use affected by noise during constructions of intakes B and C?
Yes, I see the title of this table.
Okay. And this shows the duration of pile driving for intakes B and C, correct? If you look
Looking at the
of construction activity.
total duration of construction activity.
Yes. Do you see that?
I do see that, yes.
And if you go to the impact pile driving, do you see that the total duration is 18 hours total of driving time, or 2 minutes per pile?
I do see that, yes.
And if we could scroll down to note E, which is denoted, you see that E is denoted right after the 18 hours driving time, correct?
Yeah, I see E, the duration would be reduced by 14 months. Is that what is that?
If we could just, I think we're not seeing D totally. We need to go to E, which I think is on the next page.
So we need to find,
There it
okay,
is.
we need to
It's at the
find
top.
footnote E, which is,
I think we
Ms. Mullen, I think it's right at the top, which is a weird place
yeah,
for it.
okay, cool.
There it is. Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you.
but got disconnected from the table itself. So,
Yeah,
and E, would you agree that the cofferdam and training wall pile installation would occur over a longer period? It would not occur all at once, correct?
yeah, I think what you've said is reasonable.
And are you also aware that the pile driving is restricted from the hours of 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.?
Yes, that's what it says.
And if we could go back to Exhibit 712, DWR, I'm so sorry, Ms. Mullen, DWR 712. Are you familiar with this contour, this noise contour?
I believe it was one of the ones that I reviewed, yes.
Okay. And this does not appear, I'm sorry, I have a wrong note. We just looked at this one. It should be 713. My apologies. Okay. And if we could scroll down to the legend and blow it up a little, actually it's probably pretty good. And do you see that this is the noise contour for the long-term construction, not including pile driving?
That's what it says.
And similar to the figure that we looked at, the brown dots are the residents shown in the reddish brown color, correct?
Could you, I lost you. Could you repeat what you just said, please?
Sure. Similar to the other figure that we looked at that had the pile driving noise
Yes.
the residents in this figure are shown in the reddish brown color, correct?
Okay, yes.
And would you agree that the number of residences within the violet shading are only the dark violet shading? And actually, we have to kind of scroll up, I'm sorry, because you can't see it.
Correct.
Maybe keep going. Yeah. So in the darker color, not the 50 dBA line, which is denoted as the dashed line, but in the darker color, would you agree that there are only 9 houses within that noise contour?
There's a few, maybe 9.
But you don't have any reason to disagree with Mr. Volk, and he testified that there were 9 within that darker violet area.
Correct. That was his estimate.
And you don't have any reason to disagree with that.
That's correct.
Looking at your testimony on page 5, lines 18 to 11, just to orient us. It's your statement here that reasonable construction noise reduction should be implemented at the commencement of construction and not later, correct?
That's correct.
And also that project mitigation measures must not be contingencies based on additional analyses, monitoring exceedances and complaints. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to look at what's been marked as AHO 1183. we looked at this document earlier. Do you need me to scroll to the beginning so you can see the name of the chapter?
Could you say that again?
We looked at this document a minute ago. Well, actually,
Okay.
you just go to page 1 so we can see the title and
Yeah,
then
I remember the page 1, but is
Right.
this,
so
what
chapter,
page were we just looking at?
I'm going to ask a question. I think what happens is Miss Mullen pulls up the PDF and wherever we were, it kind of lands there. So I'm
Right.
going to different page. I'm just trying to orient you. So
Sure. So I remember this page.
all right, this chapter, and it's the noise and vibration, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if we could go to page 67, please. PDF, yeah. And if we can maybe make it a little bit bigger so we can see down. Perfect. And we can start at the top here. So this lists the best noise control practices that will be implemented for the Delta Conveyance project, correct?
That's, I think, what they called it, but I objected to a lot of things in this section. So if you'd like to talk about it, that'd be fine with me.
Okay, but you agree that at least this document says that these are the best noise control practices that there are going to be implemented.
Those are the words that are used in this document. That's correct.
And would you agree that these commitments are going to be implemented with the commencement of construction and not later?
That was unclear to me, and so yeah, I think my testimony indicates that this needs to be improved in terms of being clearer and more protective.
But do you have any evidence to suggest that these measures that are listed under the best control practices are not going to be implemented upon construction?
Objection calls for speculation and also vague. I'm not sure what you're asking for evidence.
Ms. Morris, can you rephrase the question?
Sure. Do you have any evidence that the best noise control practices that are shown on this page of 1183, AHO 1183, are not going to be implemented upon commencement of construction?
What we're looking at is something extraordinarily vague and unclear. And so even if they said they were going to do it, I would object to what we're reading.
Okay, so what about the first bullet under pile driving will be limited to the hours of 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. is vague?
Is what? What did you just say?
Vague.
No, that's very clear. I have no problem with that sentence.
And do you have any reason to believe that will not occur upon commencement of construction?
No,
And the construction will not occur during nighttime hours, the second bullet. Do you have any reason to believe that would not happen upon commencement of construction?
no.
Looking at implementation of quiet zones around work areas, do you have any reason to believe that that would also not occur upon commencement of construction?
No, I don't.
And then looking at installation of enclosures around noise generating equipment, do you have any reason to believe that will not occur upon commencement of construction?
Objection. I just want to reiterate for all of these questions that the objection of speculation stands.
And we can maintain it as a standing objection, but go ahead, Mr. Salter, if you have an opinion.
Okay, so I need to read what Ms. Morris has asked me to read, the installation of enclosures. Okay, here we go. And the use of this measure will be appropriate. Substantially reduce. Yeah, that's what we're reading is very general and unclear with respect to exactly what they're going to do and what they're going to achieve and what will be the checks and balances associated with the bullet point we're now looking at.
Okay, what in that bullet point is general? Which portion?
So the as I provided in my testimony, the focus should be protecting people from excessive noise and achieving adequate mitigation, and I'm suggesting with a factor of safety. So we're reading these words about different noise mitigation that they're going to do, and I would be a lot more comfortable if they talked about their objective rather than installing a bunch of stuff.
Wouldn't you agree that the objective standards of 60 dBA during the day has already been set?
That's an excellent question. And in my testimony, when the criteria assessment for the noise monitoring went into the different days of the week and the averaging and the checking weekly, then I lost faith in the correct implementation of noise mitigation.
Can you expand on that? I'm not sure what you mean.
Sure. So in my testimony and in what I provided today and in my written testimony, we talked about the EIR document looking at the data on a weekly basis to confirming, and then if there's an issue, there's be an average of a 3-day over 10 days. I can find the exact area, and that is what caused me to be very concerned about what is going on with respect to the implementation of noise mitigation to protect people from excessive noise.
Okay, I think I understand what you're saying, but I want to be clear. You would agree with me that the standards have been set at 60 dBA during the daytime, correct?
Yes.
But your concern is what you state in paragraph 18, sub A and B about, and I don't need to get into this, but your confusion about what A and B mean as are stated on DWR 804.
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. And looking at your testimony on page 5, which is THACO 1, lines 22 to 27, you state the installation of temporary sound barriers is currently only required after noise monitoring results is an exceedance and people are exposed to excessive noise. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
But would you agree that in the best noise control practices that we looked at, and if we need to pull that back up, we can?
No, you don't need to do that. I've got that in my mind's eye. And so,
Well, there's no question pending, so I just asked if that was the correct summary of your testimony, and I believe you said yes, but correct me if you did not.
yeah, so I apologize. I'm getting a little confused. So, and I think I got ahead of myself. So why don't you help me with where we are in our conversation?
We're looking at lines 22 to 27 on page 5 of your testimony.
Yes.
Okay. And you state that the installation of temporary sound barriers is only required after noise monitoring results in an exceedance. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. But recall back to the best control practices. If we need to pull that up, that's AHO 1183. Doesn't the best control practices state that noise shrouds for pile drivers, that shrouds will be used to reduce noise from pile driving?
So you've jumped onto pile driving. Do you want to go back to where we were previously when we looked at the best practices chart? Or do you want to talk about pile driving mitigation?
I'm talking about the best control practices. It'd probably be easier if we pull up 1143 where we
Good.
just,
Okay.
which also states best noise control practices for noise shrouds for pile drivers.
Yeah, so that isn't included, but we hadn't gotten there yet.
For clarification, I think you said the document we were looking at is 1143. Did you mean 1183?
I did. Thank you, Ms. Chester.
So are we going to AHO 1183?
I think we better.
Thank you. There, here we are.
Okay. And my question is, isn't it true that the bullet under noise shrouds for pile driving says that shrouds will be used to reduce noise from pile driving?
It says that, but the problem I have with the pile driver shroud information is it says that these pile driving shrouds can provide 8 to 23 dBA noise reduction. So in our written testimony, we say get something that is a worthwhile mitigation for pile driving rather than this 8 to 23. And so that's why when I see information, noise shrouds 8 to 23, I become concerned about the seriousness of implementing impact pile driving mitigation as well as other mitigations. So there's a disconnect, in my view, between what it says on this page, best practices, and what they're attempting to achieve with these products.
Would you agree that the use of vibratory method for installing foundation and sheet piles would reduce construction noise compared to the impact pile driving method?
Yes.
And are you aware that Mr. Murdoch testified in DWR 001, page 4, if we want to pull that up, that in general, vibratory or augering methods will be used for all pile installations, and impact hammer methods would only be employed when necessary to penetrate hard soil?
I'm sorry, are you reading a quote from something? It had a couple of pieces to it. Can we break that down?
If we can just pull up DWR 001, page 4. And I was asking if the witness was aware.
I am aware.
Okay. And in your testimony on page 5, lines 17 through 18, you state the refinement of noise analysis based on actual conditions and equipment during construction is reasonable, correct?
Yes.
And sorry, we keep flipping back and forth, but looking at mitigation measure NOI 1 on AHO 1183, and we'll just wait to get there so we can all get on the same page. And I believe it's page 65. Right. If we could scroll down just a little bit more, please, Ms. Mullen, that's probably good. Looking at this mitigation member under pre-construction activities, do you see that on line 25?
Yes.
Isn't this describing how the noise analysis will be refined based on actual conditions and testing?
It is.
And isn't it true that the noise modeling will be rerun based on this information?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Looking at your testimony on page 11, beginning on line 23, through page 12.9, thank you, Ms. Mullen. If you state concerns about vibration impacts, is that correct?
Yes.
And are you aware of the criteria that the FEIR used for a significance of threshold for vibration impacts?
Yes.
And isn't it true that this criteria came from the Federal Transit Administration or the FTA?
I can't remember where they got it, but we reviewed the criteria and we thought it was a fine criteria.
Okay, and maybe we'll just pull it up to confirm. So we are again in AHO 1183. I believe it's either 69 or 33. I'm thinking it's 33, but I could be wrong. I think it's 69. Now I'm extremely lost. If we could scroll down. No, this isn't it. I apologize. Maybe we can look at page 28. Yes. Okay. And if we can just scroll, looking here at page 28, and just confirming that the looking specifically about impact pile drivers, I believe that's on, let's see. I'm looking at lines 12 through 15. Sorry.
We're looking at the section on vibration.
Yes. Okay. So I just wanted to confirm that the citation here is to the Transit Administration.
FTA, right. Okay. Good.
And now if we can turn to page 59 of the same document. And looking at lines beginning on 32. I have a citation issue. I'm sorry. This is not correct. I can tell. I'm going to hold for a second and come back to this if that's possible, and I will move on to another set of questions and circle back after I check my citation.
That makes sense.
Okay. I wanted to talk a little bit about enforcement of mitigation. In your testimony, you state that construction contracts, and I'm looking at page 8, 9, 10 to 11, that construction contracts should be drafted to enforce effective mitigation measures. Is that accurate?
Oh, could you explain to me where you're reading?
Sure. Page 8 of your testimony.
Page 8, okay. Page 8. Yes.
Okay. And isn't it true that the MMRP, which is marked as DWR 804, if we want to pull that up? But why don't I just wait and we'll pull it up and go to the page? So I don't have to ask you your recollection.
So we're doing DWR 804.
Correct.
Great.
Okay, and I'm looking at for page PDF page 107. I'm sorry, and did you see that this was the Delta Conveyance Mitigation and Monitoring Plan? Sorry, we jumped right past that. I should have paused. Do you want me to go back to the front page?
I remember reading this document.
It's rather tiny, the language. I'll try to orient us. So this is looking at mitigation NOI 1. If you see in the top left-hand corner.
Yes.
Okay. And if you look at the fifth column over, do you see implementation action?
Could you blow it up so I could read what I can see the fifth column, but I can't read it. Okay. So the fifth column is implementation party noise expert contractor DWR. Is that the fifth column?
No, I believe the fifth column is implementation action. I think at the row.
Implementation mechanism.
Well, we're going to get there, but I'm first looking at the one next to timing that says implementation action.
Okay. So the fifth column is implementation action, and it says contract requirements.
Correct.
Okay.
So isn't it true that for NOI 1, the implementation is to use contract requirements?
That's what it says.
And then if we go to 1, 2, 3 over, and if we want to go to the implementation mechanism.
Yes.
And do you see that says condition to oh sorry. Oh, that is not what I was looking for. Sorry. Do you see that it states on the second clause after the semicolon, a condition of the design documents and construction contract?
I see those words, yes.
So would you agree that the implementation action and mechanism for NOI 1 is through contract requirements?
That's what the words say.
Do you have any reason to doubt that's going to happen?
I do, because of the nonsense that we've been talking about, where the monitoring, you're checking it weekly, you're doing averaging, you're 3 days. So that's what causes me concern about things going well.
Okay, and I just want to be clear that I understand how you define nonsense. And if I understand this correctly, it's in essence on page 18 or paragraph 18, page 8 and 9, and your confusion about what A and B on page 9 mean, correct?
Yes.
Okay, great. And then looking at your testimony on page 11, lines, but that's SACO 1, sorry. Lines 14 to 21.
Page 11, line 14 to 21. Got it.
In this paragraph, you cite the San Francisco Police Code and the Oakland Planning Code as examples of a criteria for construction noise. Is that correct?
Yes, I do.
And would you agree that the city of San Francisco is an urban setting?
Yes.
Would you likewise agree that the city of Oakland is an urban setting?
Yes.
And are you aware that the DCP is not an urban setting?
Yes.
On the footnote in page 11, I believe it's footnote 4, you refer to the Oakland Planning Code section.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Correct.
You didn't provide that, but I'd like to pull it up. I believe, Ms. Mullen, it's in our FTP site marked as DWR 01111. If we could pull that up, please. Okay, and we're looking, and do you see this? This has section 17.120.50, which you cite kind of in the middle of the page.
Yes, I do.
Okay. And if we could scroll down a bit to this table, I think we need to go to the next page.
Are we going to part G, the part that Mr. Salter cited?
No, I think it's on the next page.
Okay.
It might be part of part G, but I don't think it's specific. If we can keep going. Yes, this table. Okay. And if we could scroll up slightly, it is part G. The hearing officer was correct. Do you see this table that is marked maximum allowable receiving noise level standards?
Yes.
Okay. And is it true that part G refers to both short-term and long-term construction?
Okay, if you could scroll down and we can read G together. It says temporary construction or demolition which exceed the following noise standards.
And maybe we'll keep scrolling down so you can see that there's short-term and long-term.
Yes.
And if we could, sorry, Ms. Mull, if we could just scroll down so we can see that's perfect. Thank you. Isn't it true that for short-term construction, the standard for residential use is 80 dBA during the hours of 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.?
That's what it shows, yes.
And is it also true that for residential, for long-term, it's for the daytime is 65 dPA, correct?
Yes, that's what it shows.
And the criteria you cite for construction noise in the city of Oakland are less stringent than the criteria used for the Delta Conveyance project, which is 60 dBA during the daytime hours, correct?
Yes, but the definition of daytime is different. Correct?
If that's your assertion.
Well, the definition of daytime for the project we're talking about is 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., right? Isn't that true?
We can look at that, and I cannot pull that up right now.
Yeah, that's my recollection, is that's the definition of daytime, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m.
And I'm not testifying. I don't think it's appropriate to get into this because I think that
Fine.
other witnesses have discussed that. And if I tell you otherwise, then I will be yelled at for testifying. So
I'm testifying to the fact that in Oakland, they show daytime as being 7 to 7, whereas for our project, I believe that the definition of daytime is 7 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Okay.
Okay.
I want to now look as the other examples you cite, which is the San Francisco Police Code. And I believe that's marked, Ms. Mullen, as DWR 01112. Does this look like the San Francisco Police Code and the articles, which were more than you cited, but containing 2907 and 2908, which you cited in your testimony but did not provide?
Correct. Yeah. 2907 and 2908.
Okay.
Construction equipment and construction work at night.
Okay. And if we could scroll down to 2907, and I apologize, I did not grab the PDF page number, but it's relatively short. Right, great, thank you. In this section, 2907A, It states that it would be unlawful for any person to operate a single piece of construction equipment that emits a noise level exceeding 80 dBA at 100 feet, correct?
Powered construction equipment. That's what it says.
And would you agree that subsection B says that the provisions of subsection A will not be applicable to impact tools equipment, provided that such impact tools and equipment shall have intake and exhaust mufflers recommended by manufacturers thereof and approved by the Director of Public Works or the Director of Building Inspection?
That's what it says.
And these criteria you cite for construction noise in the city of San Francisco are less stringent than the criteria used for the Delta Conveyance project, correct? 80 dBA versus 60 dBA.
What we're reading now pertains specifically to construction equipment noise, having nothing to do with the noise impinging on people's homes or businesses.
Well, you cited this as a standard to look at for construction equipment, correct?
It was more the noise monitoring that we have done for projects in San Francisco and Oakland, where they are concerned about impact on adjacent users, and they require noise and vibration monitoring on a continuous basis so that noise is not excessive.
And those projects that you've worked on in those locations, you said they're adjacent, meaning the work is occurring right next to, right up against residential properties. Is that?
It doesn't need to necessarily be right next to it. It just needs to be a project where there is concern about noise and vibration. And the city, whether it's Oakland or San Francisco, on a project by project basis, will require noise and vibration, continuous noise and vibration monitoring as part of the construction.
And let's go down to 2908, which is construction work at night. And would you agree that this criteria generally say that construction cannot occur between the hours of 8 p.m. and 7 p.m. if the ambient noise level is increased by 5 dBA at the nearest property plane?
Yes.
Objection. Well, I want the record to be clear here. I think that misstated the time frame that's on the screen in this document.
Ms. Morris, if you can just reread the times here. I think you said PM when you meant AM with respect to 7 a.m.
Okay.
So maybe try again.
Good.
Strike that, start over.
Thank you.
I think my blood sugar is dropping. This criteria generally say that construction cannot occur between the hours of 8 p.m. and 7 a.m. if the ambient noise level is increased by 5 dBA at the nearest property plane. Correct?
That's what it says.
And if we could go back to the DCP thresholds, which I believe are in AHO 1183. And I believe, I hope it's page 24. I think it's probably page 27. Yes, okay. And if we could scroll down, and maybe just make it bigger during where it says noise during construction, heavy equipment, pile driving, and tugboats. Do you see that?
I can see the page, yes.
Okay. And would you agree that the threshold that is stated here is that the nighttime noise criteria are not to exceed, sorry, it's not the nighttime, it's the daytime noise criteria are not to exceed an average hourly level of 60 dBA, and ambient noise levels are not to exceed an increase of 5 dBA at a sensitive receptor location.
That's what it says.
And similarly, for in lines 13 through 15, would you agree that in the nighttime hours between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m., that the nighttime criteria cannot exceed 50 dBA, and an overall equipment noise levels are predicted to be increased by 5 dBA or more?
Objection. That misstates what's listed here. It's not dBA for the 5, it's 5 dB. I just want to be clear about what we're reading.
I'll restate the question. Would you agree that nighttime also has, besides this 50 dBA, has a requirement that overall equipment noise levels cannot be predicted to increase by 5 dB or more relative to the existing nighttime ambient noise levels at a sensitive receptor location?
That's what it says.
I'm going to try to go back to this question that we were talking about on vibration and see if I can get the right citation. So just to orient us back, in your testimony on page 11, lines 23, you state concerns about vibration. And I think we established what standard was being set and the FTA. Do you recall that conversation?
Yes, I do.
And then if we can look at AHO 1183, I think PDF page 69. And then if we scroll down, hopefully it says vibration during construction. I still think this is wrong. I'm sorry. I know this is a little bit early for a break, but could I have 5 minutes?
That's no problem. And yes, it's 1:54. Let's just come back at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. All right, to the court reporter, are you ready for us to go back on the record? I was quick on the draw on 2 o'clock, so let's see.
I am here.
You're here, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
And with that, it looks like we have the relevant participants, and I will look back to you, Ms. Morris.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Salter, in your testimony on page 12, you agree that the threshold of 0.04 ppv for vibration as it relates to human annoyance is stated in the FEIR, correct?
Yes.
And if we could go to AHO 1183, again, page 69. And we could make it a little bit bigger, please. And isn't it true that that at a distance greater than 280 feet, the level of vibration would not exceed the 0.04 inch per second standard?
I'm trying to find, so you're reading the document to me, and I'm trying to find
If you look at line 33 to 34.
line, thank you, line 33. Okay. Buildings, line 33. Drivers, okay. Worst case condition. Okay. So I'm reading this, and so could you please repeat what you just said to me? Isn't it true? 280 feet. There it is. Okay. Impact, produce a level of vibration. That's what it says.
Do you have any reason to doubt that?
No.
And isn't it true that on the same page at line 38, the EIR states the nearest receptors to the intake pile driving are about 600 feet away?
That's what it says.
And if we go to the next page, 70, Um, just get oriented here. It says, for new bridges to be reconstructed under the project, pile driving would occur nearer to residents in some locations. The Hood Franklin Bridge would involve driving piles as near as 300 feet away from the nearest residents in the town of Hood. Do you see that on line 4?
Oh, thank you. I see 300 feet away, driving piles. Yes, I see that.
And on the next line, it states that pile drivers driven for on State Route 12 bridge over Little Potato Slough would occur as near as 400 feet away from the nearest residence. Do you see that?
Yes,
And would you agree that in both of the cases we just looked at, the distance to the closest receptor is further than 280 feet?
that's what it says.
Thank you very much for your time and your patience with me finding citations. I thank you very much for answering my questions, and I hope you have a lovely afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. Thank you, Mr. Salter. I will look to Mr. Krieger. Do you have questions for Mr. Salter?
I do not. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who has questions for Mr. Salter? I will go ahead and exercise my prerogative. I'm trying to figure out how to frame these questions, but Mr. Salter, you reference in your testimony as we went over the rules in the city of Oakland and San Francisco with respect to construction noise. In your professional experience, are there other agencies that impose similar types of requirements or limitations on construction noise?
We cited Oakland and San Francisco because we've done a number of these monitoring projects that were required by the planning department, the cities, and I have no reason to believe that these requirements don't extend to projects around the world. But I just don't have a lot of experience with projects that require monitoring other than Oakland and San Francisco, where it's regularly done.
So you're not aware of an example, for example, of a California county imposing those similar types of requirements?
You mean Sacramento County?
Well, that might be one, but any California county is what
Oh,
I
okay, I see. I could do a little research on that. Off the top of my head, I can't think of an example, but it's just part of protecting adjacent buildings, people for controversial projects where the construction could be impactful. And then, I just thought the fourth bore, when Caltrans did the fourth bore, they required continuous noise monitoring.
They being Caltrans required.
Exactly. That was an agreement between Caltrans and the city of Oakland for a contentious project. They wanted to build 24 hours a day, 200 feet away from condominiums, and so continuous noise monitoring was a requirement during construction.
Thank you. That's helpful to me. And with that, I will turn back to you, Ms. Chester. Do you have any redirect for Mr. Salter?
I do. I apologize for the ask and sequence, but could I have 5
Of
minutes for a
course.
citation check? Thank you.
Yes, and of course, the same grace. So let's go ahead and come back at, we'll say 2:13. We'll pick
Thank
up there. Thank you. All right, welcome back. I will look once again to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to start back up?
I am hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. And we have Mr. Salter and we have Ms. Chester. So to you, Ms. Chester.
Thank you. Mr. Salter, do you recall that Ms. Morris asked you questions about the thresholds used by the Department of Water Resources in the FEIR?
Yes.
Was the threshold 60 dBA for daytime?
Yes.
Was the threshold 50 dBA for nighttime?
It was a 50 dBA at night.
Thank you. Do you have concerns with those selected thresholds?
No, I think they're appropriate.
Is the focus of your testimony on the monitoring of those thresholds?
Yes, that's correct.
And does your testimony address the sufficiency of mitigation measures for exceedances of those thresholds?
Yes, we're disappointed in feeling that things need to be improved in order for things to be adequate.
And do you recall questions from Ms. Morris regarding paragraph 23 of your testimony at page 11, lines 14 to 21? If we could please bring up SACO 1 or Sacramento County 1. Thank you. And if we could scroll to paragraph 23 on the page 11, yes. Thank you. Mr. Salter, in that paragraph, are you focusing on the monitoring practices for construction projects in San Francisco and Oakland?
Yes.
And do you recall that Ms. Morris asked you about whether Oakland and San Francisco are more urban than the tunnel construction location?
Yes.
Does the location of the construction for the tunnel project have less existing noise and vibration than San Francisco and Oakland generally?
Yes, it does. Correct.
In your opinion, is it appropriate to have more noise mitigation for a quieter setting?
Absolutely.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Chester. With that, Ms. Morris, do you have any follow-up?
I do not.
Thank you. Then I can thank you very much, Mr. Salter, for your testimony and your time today. I very much appreciate it, and you are excused.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. As I understand, Ms. Chester, since you were here with us, this completes for today Sacramento County's witnesses.
Yes, the remaining witness being Dr. Nancy Morgan.
Yes, understood. Thank you very much. And who should I look to for introduction of Dr. Rosenfeld, who I understand will be next? I see a hand. Mr. Busher, if we can please elevate Mr. Busher.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And I've been saying Dr. Rosenfeld, and now I realize it's Rosenfield. I've been saying this wrong. Do we have a Dr. Rosenfeld in sight? There's a reason for this, right? You don't know why.
The same one.
You don't know why I'm mispronouncing names. That's fair.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm through with that, and I apologize, Dr. Rosenfield. To you, Mr. Busher.
Yeah. So before Dr. Rosenfield's testimony, we have a Baykeeper as a short opening statement, and then we will dive in with his direct examination.
That makes sense. Thank you. When you're ready, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Hearing Officer Kinsey, members of the board, parties to the proceeding, and members of the public. My name is Eric Busher. I'm an attorney at San Francisco Baykeeper. Since early this year and continuing likely into next year, we've heard and will continue to hear testimony and evidence about the impacts of the Department of Water Resources proposal to construct a new tunnel to divert up to 6,000 cubic feet per second of water from the Sacramento River. This afternoon, you'll hear testimony from Dr. Rosenfield, the science director for San Francisco Baykeeper, a fish biologist with substantial expertise about the native fish of San Francisco Bay, about how water diversions and inadequate existing regulations have decimated these native species and the associated fisheries that once thrived here. The Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta is the most valuable estuary on the west coast of the Americas. And as the state board has repeatedly underscored, the Bay Delta ecosystem is in crisis. This crisis affects fish, wildlife, habitats, communities, and economies that depend on a healthy Bay Delta for survival. The evidence will show that the primary cause of this crisis is clear: reduced freshwater flow into, through, and out of the Delta to San Francisco Bay has devastated native fish populations and the habitats on which they depend. And the evidence will show that the crisis is getting worse. Over-diversion of water continues and continues to increase. Nearly 100 years ago, even after the construction of major dams, more than 65% of the unimpaired flow in the watershed from February to June made it through the Delta. By 2018, that number was closer to 40% on average, and lower in many years. Indeed, the evidence will show that between 1995 and 2018, the actual conditions, nearly 2/3 of the time, mimicked the driest 20% of natural unimpaired flow conditions. And conditions that look like the driest 2% of unimpaired flows, natural conditions that occurred just once since 1930, happened 38% of the time. Things have not improved in the last 7 years. For fish and wildlife who experience only the actual conditions with no clue as to why there is no water or where it has gone, this represents nearly continuous, man-made extreme droughts. And for fish that rely on freshwater flow, the consequences have been predictable and horrifying. 7 native species in the watershed are now endangered. And these fish could hardly be more different. They range from species the size of your pinky that live for 1 or 2 years, like longfin and Delta smelt, to migratory species that travel hundreds of miles up and downstream and spend most of their lives in the Pacific Ocean, like spring run and winter run Chinook salmon, to ones that can live for over a century, that have existed since before the time of the dinosaurs, and that are bigger than all but the fewest, largest people on Earth, like white sturgeon. What do they have in common? They are native to the Bay Delta. They rely on freshwater flow and estuarine habitat to survive. And the over-diversion of water that has occurred for the last 5 decades has driven them to the brink of extinction, many having seen their populations decline by as much as 99%. This is why biologists like Dr. Rosenfield, why the State Water Board and other state and federal fish and wildlife and environmental agencies have characterized the status quo as an ecological crisis. It is the only accurate and honest way to describe what is happening on our watch. The evidence will also show that this crisis is not limited to endangered fish or the species facing extinction that have thrived in this watershed for millennia. Fall run and late fall run Chinook salmon, not endangered, form the backbone of the West Coast salmon fisheries and are experiencing the same consequences, resulting in 3 consecutive years of closure of the commercial ocean fishery in California for salmon. And the communities and the tribes who depend on these fish and these fisheries for their livelihoods and their cultures are suffering with them. These are public trust resources belonging to the people of California. The state board and similar agencies are charged with protecting and preserving these resources for all of us, for our children and our grandchildren. Not just history is watching, but the future too. And what future Californians get to experience depends on the choices that the board makes in this proceeding. Answering whether DWR's petition to divert more water from more places at more times than it currently does requires recognizing this evidence and this crisis,
Determining whether the impacts of additional diversions are reasonable demands that the board consider the impacts that are happening now and have been happening at increasingly alarming rates for the last 50 years. The evidence will show that the current diversions of water already result in inadequate protection of these fish and species. The evidence will show that diverting more water will result in less protection. And the only logical, scientific, or reasonable conclusion to be drawn from taking away protections that are already insufficient is that the consequences of doing so are unreasonable, unnecessary, and untenable. We ask that the state board listen to that evidence, that testimony, and the science, and remember that the impacts are real and harmful and painful to the people and wildlife who will suffer as a result. The analysis and the evidence that we've heard from DWR in connection with the Delta Conveyance Project was clear. Constructing and operating the DCP will cause harm to endangered fish, fisheries, and water quality in the Delta and San Francisco Bay's watershed. But rather than be guided by that evidence and abandoning or reconfiguring its plans, DWR characterized the impacts as small and offered mitigation to, quote, minimize those impacts that its conduct would have. But the evidence will also be clear on this point. Those harms are not small. And even small-looking impacts on the Delta's ecosystem and on endangered species holding on by a thread have huge consequences. As you hear about the cause of those consequences, the diversion of fresh water, remember that the mitigations DWR proposed do nothing to reduce those diversions or address that cause. The Delta is in the ICU. The state board knows why. It knows what is needed to restore it to health. But the Delta will not be restored to health by continuing to build shallow water habitat, by adding new diversion points with screens on them, or by using real-time operations of new expanded water infrastructure facilities. It is time to address the real causes of the crisis we face, to be guided by the evidence and the science that the parties have and will continue to present in this proceeding. And that evidence will show that the diversions proposed by DWR for the Delta Conveyance Project, even with the minimization and mitigations DWR has offered, will have real and negative impacts on water quality, will cause unnecessary and avoidable harm to public trust resources. These impacts are unreasonable and are manifestly contrary to the public's interest. I thank you for your time today and request that you listen to and be guided by the evidence you hear from Dr. Rosenfield and others in reaching a decision in this matter, and trust that in doing so, the AHO and this board will ultimately reach an outcome that protects communities, protects fish and wildlife, protects San Francisco Bay and the Delta and its watershed, rather than allow the infliction of more harm to an already degraded status quo. With that, Baykeeper is prepared to present its witness, Dr. Rosenfield, in this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Busher. And with that, I will ask the hearing team to please elevate Dr. Rosenfield, who I see is in the attendee room. And Dr. Rosenfield, you are welcome to come on camera and off of mute. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Hearing Officer Kenzie.
And I will start by administering the oath and then turn things back over to Mr. Busher. Dr. Rosenfield, would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. And with that, to you, Mr. Busher.
Thank you again. Dr. Rosenfield, thank you for being here. Is Exhibit Baykeeper 100 an accurate statement of your written testimony in this matter?
It is.
Is Exhibit Baykeeper 101 a copy of your CV?
It is.
Are exhibits Baykeeper 102 through Baykeeper 240 copies of materials that you cited or relied upon in preparing your testimony in this matter?
They are.
Do you have any changes that you need to make to your written testimony?
Nothing substantive. I've found some typos that I'd like to correct if possible.
And we're happy to submit a red line correcting those at some
Please,
point.
thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Rosenfield, can you please give a summary of your opinions as it relates to the Delta Conveyance Project's impacts on fish, aquatic species, and estuarine habitat?
Yeah. The Delta Conveyance Project will make the unacceptable status quo worse through additional diversions of river flow from the Sacramento River as it enters the Delta and prevent it from flowing through the Delta and out to San Francisco Bay. The status quo is not reasonable protection of beneficial uses according to the Water Board. I agree with that, with their assessment. Multiple species are declining towards extinction. Fisheries are closed. Harmful algal blooms are spreading through the Delta, and estuarine habitat, indicators of estuarine habitat are deteriorating. All of those things are related, at least in part, to freshwater flow, levels of freshwater flow through and out of the Delta to San Francisco Bay. And the Water Board has and other agencies have identified reductions in flow as driving in part or in whole those negative effects. The Delta Conveyance Project will export more water from the Delta that flows in from the Sacramento watershed. And the analysis produced by DWR and CDFW indicates that this will have negative effects on a variety of fish and wildlife species, some of which are already imperiled, and others that are not imperiled, which are already declining.
Thank you. And I'm going to pause for 1 second. Ms. Kenzie, I'm told that me and probably more importantly, Dr. Rosenfield are hard to see on the Zoom since we're not pinned to the screen. If we could at least get him pinned to the screen, that would be appreciated.
I'm looking at both of you on our gallery here, but we will, yes, we are both.
I appreciate that.
Spotlighted or whatever the word is. Yes. Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Rosenfield, I want to start with the relationship between freshwater flow and fish. Can you generally describe the relationship between river flow in the watershed and the viability or productivity of aquatic species?
Yeah, the river flow and river flow and rivers and river flow into the Delta and into the San Francisco Bay estuary is regarded as the master variable that controls a whole bunch of environmental conditions that are important to fish and wildlife and microorganisms such as harmful algal blooms. Increasing flow is strongly correlated with survival and abundance for a number of fish species that have been native fish species that have been studied in the estuary over decades. And the abundance and survival and distribution are all affected by flow in ways that are positive for the viability of those species. Conversely, the flow of fresh water into and through the Delta is negatively correlated with the incidence and extent of harmful algal blooms, toxic algal blooms in the Delta. And so that's another positive effect for beneficial uses of water in the Delta and San Francisco Bay.
Ms. Mullen, if we could put Exhibit Baykeeper 100, Dr. Rosenfield's testimony on the screen, and turn to page 34. and look at figure 2 on the top half of that page. Dr. Rosenfield, can you describe what figure 2 shows or represents?
Yeah, this is a figure copied from a publication by Cyril Michel. And it overall shows the very strong effect of freshwater flow on survival through the life cycle of 3 of the native runs of Chinook salmon that are in the Sacramento River watershed. Very strong positive effects on survival. And the relatively little or non-significant effect of ocean conditions on those same runs. So the details here are that each of these rows of panels, A, B, and C, and then D, E, and F, and then G, H, and I, refer to a particular run of Chinook salmon, and the y-axis is a measure called the smolt to adult return ratio, the number of adults you get per smolt that go out to the ocean, smolt being ocean-ready juvenile Chinook salmon that go out to the ocean. They spend several years in the ocean, one to several years in the ocean before returning to spawn, and we can count the numbers that spawn as well, and develop a ratio knowing the generation length of the fish. So we know when the fish migrated to the ocean, and we know when it returned from the ocean, and have abundance estimates of each and produce a ratio from that. The columns here are the different variables that I mentioned. On the left, we're looking at the log of freshwater flow in the Sacramento River. Freshwater flow, river flow measured on a log scale. And you can see that those dots represent cohorts. So juveniles migrating out to the ocean, and the flow refers to the year that they migrated out to the ocean. And then again, there's this ratio of how many adults returned. And that line there shows a strongly significant relationship for each of the 3 runs, explaining a lot of the variation in this smolt to adult return metric. So in other words, as we go from the left to the right on the x-axis, flow is increasing, and it's producing strong increases in the survival of fish, Chinook salmon, each run through its life cycle. The middle column and the column on the right are 2 different indicators of ocean conditions, spring upwelling metric and multi-factor representation of ocean conditions is the one on the right. And despite the fact that Chinook salmon spend most of their life in the ocean, this is the nearshore ocean off the Golden Gate, these measures of ocean conditions show almost no correlation at all with the smolt to adult ratio, which is somewhat surprising. But the upshot of this graphic is that river flow in the Sacramento River when juvenile Chinook salmon are migrating to the ocean produces a survival signal that's detectable even after their ocean residence, and is a strong predictor of success and survival of Chinook salmon several years later.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, if we could go now to page 54 of Dr. Rosenfield's testimony and look at figure 3 at the top of this page. And Dr. Rosenfield, if you can do the same and describe what this figure shows, please.
This is a figure showing the relationship between river flow, this is delta outflow, and white sturgeon reproductive success. As you can see, or as I'll explain, the delta outflow is strongly correlated with white sturgeon reproductive success. The blue line measured against the right axis, which is also blue, is delta outflow in the months April through July in the years as indicated on the x-axis. And the bars are measured against the left vertical axis, and that's the number of baby white sturgeon, age 0, young of year white sturgeon, that are measured in the same year. So comparing the reproductive success, the production of baby white sturgeon with flows, we see that as flows go up, the production of white sturgeon juveniles goes up. And as flows go down, the production of white sturgeon juveniles goes down. And below a certain level of flow, no white sturgeon juveniles are produced at all.
Thank you. Could we turn now to page 58, please? And look at figure 5, the top of that page. Dr. Rosenfield, can you describe what this figure shows, please?
Yeah, these are the same baby white sturgeon data that I showed before. This time the X measured on the y-axis. This time the x-axis is Sacramento River inflow, another hydrological metric that's related to white sturgeon reproductive success. And looking at the data this way, it's easy to see that at flows less than about 30,000 CFS, this is Sacramento River inflow into the Delta in April through July, at flows less than about 30,000 CFS, there's rarely reproductive success, and if there is, it's quite low. Reproductive success as measured by the number of white sturgeon juveniles detected in agency sampling. But to the right of 30,000 CFS on the axis, x-axis, as flows increase above 30,000 CFS, there is always reproductive success in those years of white sturgeon, and the number of white sturgeon juveniles detected goes up dramatically as flows increase.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, could we please go to page 74 of Dr. Rosenfield's testimony? And Dr. Rosenfield, can you explain what the two charts that are part of figure 7 demonstrate?
Yeah, these figures show the very strong, well-documented relationship between longfin smelt abundance and longfin smelt survival from generation to generation with delta outflow. The panel on the left, on both graphs, delta outflow is on the x-axis. On the left, the y-axis is abundance measured on a log scale. So each horizontal line there is 10 times the horizontal line below it, 1/10 of the horizontal line above it. And the x-axis here is also on a log scale, but we see a very strong, statistically significant pattern that's held over, well, in this case, it's measuring 4 or 5 decades of data, where as flows increase, the abundance of longfin smelt increases again on a log scale. So that's a big result there. On the right, I'm breaking this down to show, because I'm breaking it down to show the change in abundance from one generation to the next, sort of taking out the existing abundance of fish as a factor and just looking at the change from one generation to the next. Longfin smelt have a 2-year life cycle, so I'm taking the index values produced from agency sampling data, subtracting 1 year from the index value 2 years earlier to produce a change. Negative numbers on the y-axis indicate a population decline. Positive numbers on the y-axis indicate population increase. And again, delta outflows along the x-axis. And as you can see, there's a strong relationship, even in this coarse way of analyzing things. As delta outflow increases, the change in abundance from one generation to the next increases dramatically for longfin smelt.
Thank you. And collectively, looking at those figures and the rest of your opinions here, can you just kind of summarize what that means for flow in terms of these fish species or native fish species in the watershed?
Yeah, flow, as I mentioned, is regarded as a master variable, and meaning that it controls other variables. And so the net result of the volume of water flowing into, through, and out of the delta is to affect environmental conditions that affect a variety of native species. And the species that I'm showing, or that we've been through, and others in my testimony, all show this strong relationship of increased abundance, increased survival, in some cases, increased spatial distribution as delta flows increase. And that contributes to their viability. Again, most of these species are declining So increasing their attributes of viability, their abundance, and their survival is what we need to do to keep them from going extinct or resulting in closed fisheries or other negative outcomes like that.
Thank you. I'm going to shift gears a little bit. You've mentioned the current inadequate or degraded conditions of the ecosystem, the Delta ecosystem. Can you describe generally the basis for your opinion that aquatic ecosystems of the San Francisco Bay Estuary are in crisis?
Yeah, well, it's important to realize that I'm not the only one who said that. The State Water Board has said that the Bay Delta ecosystem is in ecological crisis numerous times over the past 15 or 16 years. California Department of Fish and Wildlife has said the same thing, and as the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, and those conclusions are based on the increasing number of species that are imperiled that again rely on flows into, through, and out of the delta or to increase their populations or sustain high abundance. There are fisheries that are closed, including those for the endangered species. The 7 endangered species all at some point contributed to fisheries in this area. They no longer do because of their protected status. But even the extant fisheries, such as fall run Chinook salmon, late fall run Chinook salmon, until recently white sturgeon, are increasingly constrained or closed. The Chinook salmon fishery that along the coast of California that relies heavily on Sacramento River and Central Valley production of Chinook salmon has been closed for 3 years straight, which is the first time that's ever happened in the state's history. In addition, we see declining abundance of prey species, invertebrates that form the base of the estuarine food web for both the fish that I've mentioned, as well as migratory birds and resident water birds. And then again, we see harmful algal blooms proliferating through the delta, and the best available science indicates that one of the drivers of the harmful algal blooms is reduced flow into, through, and out of the delta.
In your opinion, what is the primary or main cause of the crisis that you've described?
The primary cause is reduced unsustainable diversions of river flow upstream of the delta and in the delta is the primary cause of each of the negative outcomes that I've mentioned. I'll say it's not the only cause. Different species have different exacerbating factors, but it's clear that flows into, through, and out of the delta are the driver, at least in part, of all of the negative outcomes that I've mentioned. And it's clear to me that there's no solution to the problems that I've described that doesn't involve substantial increases in flow. And that's also a conclusion that the State Water Board has come to.
Would you describe the problems as improving or as getting worse?
Oh, they're definitely getting worse. I mean, white sturgeon are now listed as a candidate species under the California Endangered Species Act. That candidate status, which provides them protection under the California Endangered Species Act, just occurred recently. Longfin smelt were just listed in the past few years as endangered by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. I cite evidence in my written testimony of spring run Chinook salmon being on, a dangerous precipice where agency staff are worried about losing the population, this endangered species entirely. Winter run Chinook salmon conservation status is a high risk of extinction, according to agencies and academics. So this situation is getting worse. And as I mentioned, the fisheries, like the fishery for late fall and fall run Chinook salmon from the Central Valley along the coast, a 3-year closure is unprecedented in state history.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, if we could turn to page 15 or the bottom of page 14 and top of page 15, Dr. Rosenfield's testimony. And in paragraph 25 here and in the block quote at the top of page 15, can you just explain where this comes from and what it means?
Yeah, this is a paragraph taken from the State Water Board's draft staff report related to their proposed updates of the water quality control plan, objectives and standards in the water quality control plan for the Bay Delta. And what the Water Board is noting is that there's a certain amount of water available as river flow runoff from the Sierra and Central Valley every year. Only a fraction of that water makes it all the way downstream and through the Delta into San Francisco Bay. But only a fraction of that water that actually makes it to San Francisco Bay and supports these populations and beneficial uses that I've described, only a fraction of that water is actually protected by regulation. So they conclude that existing regulatory minimum delta outflows are not protective of the ecosystem, and that without additional flow protections, the existing flows, what actually makes it to the delta and through the delta now, can be reduced in the future. And they're citing as an example of things that would reduce that flow, additional water development. And the Delta Conveyance project is additional water development. It promises to export more water from the Delta. So I think that this warning that they're giving that existing flows into the Delta, which are already inadequate, can and will be reduced more unless there are additional minimum in-stream flow requirements that ensure flows are protected to protect beneficial uses of fish and wildlife.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, I'm going to ask you to turn to Exhibit Baykeeper 194. If we could put that one on the screen here. Dr. Rosenfield, is this a peer-reviewed piece of scholarship that you co-authored?
It's the cover page too, yes.
Fair enough, the cover page, thank you. And if we could turn to page 13, please. And I'm going to start with the figure 3 in this paper at the top half of the top third or so of the page. Is this figure a figure that's reproduced in your testimony?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And can you describe what figure 3 in this paper that's in your testimony as well shows?
It's related to the quote that we just looked at from the State Water Board staff. It shows the decline in the flow, the delta outflow, actual delta outflow, relative to what's available in the watershed on a given year based on annual hydrology, which is unimpaired. So the unimpaired flow is shown up top. That it's flow from February through June, which is an important period for many of the species that we're concerned about winter, spring, delta outflow. And the size of the bar indicates how wet it was in that year. I've divided, or we divided the years into quintiles, the 20% wettest, the next 20% wettest, versus the 20% driest years. These are not DWR water year types, but they're just hydrology in a given year, 1/5, 1/5, and 1/5, plus an additional category that we called supercritically dry, which is a subset of the dry category and represents, I think, the 2.5% driest years, years for which 97.5% of years are wetter. So that's the color coding of these bars. And then in the graph below, we're looking at the actual delta outflow as reported or estimated by DWR in the same year as the vertical line above it. And what we see is that the category, first of all, there's a decline going from unimpaired to actual because there's water diversion. That's not a surprising result. But we're actually seeing changes in the water year category, wet to above average to average, sometimes wet to just average. And that change, that decrease in flow relative to what's available is increasing over time. And as a result, the proportion of the unimpaired flow that reaches the delta has declined through time. That's the squiggly line and the straight line drawn through it, measured against the right vertical axis in the lower panel. That's the proportion of unimpaired, or the percent of unimpaired flow reaching the delta through time. It obviously declines over the whole time period. We looked at it actually in 3 different time periods, including from 1995 to 2018, so recently, and that is a statistical decline even in that short period of time, which is since the last water quality control plan, or the standards in the water quality control plan were implemented.
And if we could then look at table 5 that is below that chart, and you mentioned these 3 years, if you could focus on the right 2 columns, 1995 to 2018, and can you just describe what that table shows in this context?
Yeah, the table is sort of a box score of the graph above, showing how many years in each of these 3 time periods fall into each category for both unimpaired or actual. So looking at the wet line on the W bottom row of this table, in the 1995 through 2018 period, a quarter of the years were wet in unimpaired space. I mentioned that these are quintiles. I mean quintiles over the entire period, which is how you can get 25% in a subset period of 1995 through 2018. So 25%, a quarter of the years are wet in the unimpaired reality, right? Like that's how the hydrology was. But in terms of wet conditions experienced in the delta, only 17% of years were considered wet. And it's more dramatic if you look at the above average category. 17% of years had above average hydrology, and the unimpaired flow values are listed in the second column from the right, if somebody wants to know how wet this is. 17% are above average in unimpaired space, but none of those years appear, there are no above average flows of years of actual delta outflow that match the above average flow range. If we go to the top of that table and look at dry years, remember that they're supposed to occur about 20% of the time in this subset of time. They occurred 17% of years, 1995 through 2018, were dry, according to the unimpaired flow metrics on the left. But the ecosystem experienced dry conditions 63% of the time. So by far, the majority of years were dry from a fish's point of view, fish in the Delta or San Francisco Bay. And more dramatically, look at the very top line there, the SC, supercritically dry years. No year that was supercritically dry occurred in the 1995 through 2018 time period. I mean, the only year in the whole unimpaired sequence that meets those criteria is 1977, which is like in the smack dab in the middle of the top panel of figure 3 in the screen. But 38% of years were supercritically dry by this measure for fish and wildlife water quality in the Delta and San Francisco Bay.
Thank you.
So this represents, to summarize these 2 graphs, the fish and wildlife water quality and communities of the Delta and San Francisco Bay that are affected by Delta outflow are experiencing a nearly permanent, severe, unprecedented drought in modern times. And this is related to, right, this isn't hydrology changing, it's not climate change, because that's the unimpaired on the top graph. This is the difference between the top graph and the bottom graph. The difference between the unimpaired frequency and the actual frequency columns is water diversion.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, if we could turn back to Dr. Rosenfield's testimony, Exhibit Baykeeper 100, and go to page 72 of that document. And look at figure 6 here. Dr. Rosenfield, if you can describe what figure 6 shows.
This is an abundance index of longfin smelt, and it shows a very sharp decline in this native fish's abundance in this sampling program that is run by the state agencies. So the y-axis here, the vertical axis is, again, log scale, so factors of 10 with every horizontal indicator. And then the x-axis is years. And we see that in the early part of the period, there were tens or hundreds of thousands, or, the index was in the tens of thousands to almost 100,000 in the 1960s or early 70s, even into the early 80s. Longfin smelt were among the most abundant resident fish in the San Francisco Bay estuary during those years. And then over time, we see a decline that at some point reached over 99.9% decline, slight rebound since then. But this decline, even with the rebound, led the, again, remember, these are log scale values, so that jump at the end is not as big as the decline that precedes it. These results led the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to conclude that this fish species in this estuary is endangered and likely to go extinct in the next few decades, under status quo conditions of water development and delta outflow.
Thank you. Can we turn now, Ms. Mullen, please, to page 84? And scroll down just a little bit and look at figure 9 here. Dr. Rosenfield, can you describe what this represents?
These are sampling data, again, from a state sampling program, the Falmouth Water Trawl, and the abundance index for delta smelt, which is a unique endemic to this ecosystem. And we see the same pattern, perhaps more dramatically, for delta smelt. They were very abundant in the early part of the sampling period in the 1960s and even into the early 1980s. And they have subsequently declined to a zero abundance index since 2017. That's a zero abundance index in this sampling program. It doesn't mean the fish are extinct. We still find delta smelt in the wild in other sampling programs and more frequently in the salvage facilities of the state and federal water projects. So we know that delta smelt still exists. There's a captive breeding program for them that reintroduces the fish to the wild. But nevertheless, this is a dramatic decline and makes delta smelt one of the most endangered fish species on Earth.
And you've talked about 7 different endangered species. Are the patterns for those species similar to these figures that we've looked at for delta smelt and longfin smelt?
Very much so.
And can you explain what that means from a biological perspective?
Well, it means that the viability of these species is highly jeopardized. They are not viable currently. They have persistent negative growth. They have very low populations and constricted ranges because of where environmental conditions are still available. The environmental conditions they need are not as much available to them, and their low abundance means they also have constricted geographic ranges. And those are conditions under which species go extinct quite easily. So we are very concerned about the viability of fish, the imperiled fish species in particular, but the non-imperiled fish species also follow similar patterns. And as the white sturgeon, for instance, exemplifies, other species are headed towards the endangered species list unless conditions improve markedly in the San Francisco Bay estuary.
And just zooming out a little bit, distinct from what this means for any individual species, what does that mean about the ecosystem as a whole?
It means that the ecosystem is no longer capable under current management of sustaining species efficient wildlife that have lived in this ecosystem for millennia and withstood all sorts of changes in climate and hydrology and volcanic eruptions and fires, right? There's been a lot of changes over 10 or 20,000 years in the San Francisco Bay estuary. And these species persisted until modern times. So they must have survived all those changes, but they are not surviving us. This is very clearly a signal of our management of this ecosystem is driving these fish towards extinction and driving fisheries to closure, driving degrading water quality, etc.
Thank you. Last, I want to talk about the impacts or potential impacts of the Delta Conveyance project. Can you just describe what you think, your opinion about the impacts that the Delta Conveyance project would have if it was approved and operated on these native fish and the ecosystem you've been talking about?
I think it would accelerate the decline of the native fish species, the endangered ones and the non-endangered ones. The imperiled fish obviously don't have much more room for decline before we consider them extinct. And the non-endangered ones, to the extent that they support fisheries, I believe those fisheries will become increasingly constrained and closed, perhaps permanently. The DWR's analysis of its project indicates that there will be negative effects on each of the species that I covered in my testimony, and others. So I don't think there's an argument that the project will have negative effects as a result of its diversion of water from the estuary, as a result of its operations. I'm not talking about construction impacts. So I think that is pretty clear. And the results would be devastating because the loss of species would be devastating, the loss of beneficial uses, including fishing, recreation, tribal cultural uses. The permanent loss of those beneficial uses is imminent if we continue to take as much water as we're currently taking out of the system, much less if we take even more water out of the ecosystem as the Delta Conveyance project intends to do.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please turn to page 64 of Dr. Rosenfield's testimony? Dr. Rosenfield, at the top of this page is table 3. First, can you just explain where the information in table 3 came from?
Yeah, Dr. Greenwood, in his presentation, his revised testimony, written testimony to this proceeding, presented flow comparisons of no project versus Delta Conveyance project as flows as modeled in the EIR, as modeled in the ITP application, and as would result from the actual ITP. So I took his numbers, he presented the numbers as absolute predicted flows, project versus no project under the ITP, but he also presented them as percentage changes. And I think the percentage changes help one understand what these numbers mean. So I copied those numbers basically and put them in a matrix so that you could see month by month, year by year type how those changes occur. I should say that the right column and the bottom row are averages of the relevant numbers calculated by Excel. So Dr. Greenwood didn't present those averages. I put them there for reference, but otherwise the cells are copied directly from Dr. Greenwood's testimony.
And so for table 3, representing the changes in delta outflow under ITP operations of the project, can you just describe what all of these, various mostly negative numbers mean or represent?
Well, the numbers are mostly negative, meaning delta outflow is expected to decrease as a monthly average in every in every water year type in almost every month. And so on whole, the Delta Conveyance project will remove water from the ecosystem before it can become delta outflow and reduce delta outflow, which is a metric that is related to attributes of viability for a number of fish that I covered in my testimony.
And can you just briefly summarize what your opinion is of the consequences of the reductions that are shown here?
Sure, because the attributes of viability, abundance, and survival, spatial distribution for some species of our native fish species and native invertebrates respond very strongly and positively to delta outflow. Reductions in delta outflow would have a negative effect on their viability. So what I'm seeing here is that in every year type, there will be negative effects on native fish and wildlife from operations of the Delta Conveyance project.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, could we please turn to page 46 of Dr. Rosenfield's testimony? And again, at the top here, there is table 2. And can you just briefly summarize where this is from and what it shows, given what we just walked through with table 3?
Yeah, these data are also taken from Dr. Greenwood's testimony. He presented Delta or Sacramento River inflow results downstream of as estimated downstream of the Delta Conveyance intakes. So this is Sacramento River inflow data, or I'm sorry, estimated percentage change project versus no project as presented by Dr. Greenwood.
And again, can you just briefly describe what the consequences of these estimated or predicted results of operation of the project would be?
Yeah, in all year types, in almost every month, delta outflow, or I'm sorry, Sacramento River inflow to the delta is projected to decline under the project.
And what would the consequences of that for the native fish and wildlife that you've described be?
Several of the native fish species that are described in my testimony, their survival as they migrate through the delta, for instance, is strongly correlated with Sacramento River inflow. Other species with delta outflow, but for the species where the strong correlation between river inflow and survival and abundance is Sacramento River inflow, these results suggest that there will be negative consequences in most years for those species because reduced flows will reduce their survival and or abundance.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, if we could go to the prior page, page 45, please. And we may have to zoom out just a little bit. Dr. Rosenfield, can you just describe what is represented here in table 1 of your testimony?
Sure. We looked at a colleague of mine and I looked at the frequency with which previously identified protective flow thresholds occur under the DCP as compared to the baseline. So this is how many years did a certain condition, flow condition related to viability of native fish and wildlife, how often did it occur? And how often is it expected to occur under the DCP? And then the final, so to walk through it, this species is listed in the leftmost column. A protective flow magnitude is listed in the second column, and each of those comes from a scientific source or from the water board itself that's indicated in parentheses. And then the season in which that flow magnitude needs to occur as an average is the middle column. Then how frequently does that flow in for that season occur under baseline conditions? The next column is how frequently is it projected to occur under the DCP? And then the final column is the relative comparison of the DCP versus baseline condition.
Thank you. And just as an example, if we can focus on the third to bottom row, Chinook salmon, fall run, and spring run, can you walk through this chart, given what we just talked about the delta inflow reductions that the DCP would cause?
Sure. The survival of ocean-ready juvenile Chinook salmon as they migrate through the delta from the Sacramento River towards San Francisco Bay, their survival increases steeply as flows increase up to about 1,000 cubic meters per second, which is about 35,315 CFS. That's what's listed in the table. Fall run and spring run Chinook salmon smolts mostly migrate to the ocean in April, May. So we looked at how frequently does that 35,315 CFS threshold as an average for April and May flow occur under baseline conditions, and how frequently does it occur under DCP? Is it projected to occur under DCP conditions? And the result is that there's a decline in the number of years in which flows correlated with strong survival of Chinook salmon through the delta, which is a problem for the species, a challenge for them because of current management. There's a decline in that condition that's about 14% lower than the existing condition. And I emphasize the existing condition is already inadequate. That's why these species are struggling. The fall run is a commercially viable fish species, and the spring run Chinook salmon is listed under the Endangered Species Act.
Thank you. If we go up a couple of rows to delta smelt, the protective flow is measured in terms of X2. Can you just describe what X2 is and in this context and what this shows for the consequences of the DCP on delta smelt?
X2 is the distance in kilometers from the Golden Gate Bridge to the estuarine salinity field measured as 2 parts per thousand salinity near the bottom. So the further that distance is, or the less water is flowing out of the delta, the more the salinity field encroaches to the east, and the further the distance from the Golden Gate Bridge to the salinity field is. The more water coming out of the delta, as flows out of the delta increase, the salinity field is pushed to the west, and X2 gets smaller because the salinity field is closer to the Golden Gate. So the number behaves as the inverse of flow. And what this shows is the water board identified X2 of less than or equal to 80 as protective of delta smelt in the summer months, July through September. And they recommended that as a protective indicator of protective flow. Currently, that occurs only in 27% of years, which is bad for a species that only lives 1 year and spawns and dies. So each generation is experiencing just 1 year, and only 27% of generations are currently experiencing these protective conditions. Under Delta Conveyance project operations, that frequency would drop by 5% as an absolute value, but as a relative value, about 18.5% less than under current conditions, which again are already unacceptably poor.
Thank you. And then last couple of questions here. We heard testimony from DWR's witnesses about various mitigation measures that are proposed by DWR or were included in the incidental take permit. Can you just briefly summarize your opinion as to whether those mitigation efforts will avoid the consequences or harms that you've described in your testimony?
The mitigation and avoidance measures will not address the harms done by reducing flows into, through, and out of the delta as the Delta Conveyance project is designed to do. Again, flow is a major variable affecting the success of these species. Reducing flow, according to DWR's own analyses, will have negative effects on them. The mitigation and avoidance measures are, even if they were successful, are much smaller scale. They're small ball compared to the effects of reducing flows through and out of the delta. In addition to that, I find that many of the mitigation measures are speculative, unlikely to work, arbitrary in their magnitude or their nature, and on the whole, I don't think that they will mitigate much at all for the effect, and certainly not represent full mitigation of the negative effects which these species can ill afford.
And finally, we've heard talk that the impacts are small or minimal, or in magnitude. Can you please give your opinion about whether the changes that the DCP would cause are small or not?
The changes that the DCP the effects of the DCP, the negative effects that are identified in DWR's documents and that I identify in my testimony, are not small. They're not small for a number of reasons. The existing impacts are unreasonable, and the status quo, if nothing changed, the status quo is decline. So accelerating a decline is not a small effect, especially when reason number two, these populations are small, and negative effects on a population that is very small have a disproportionate negative consequence compared to when a population is large, or compared to a positive effect on a population that's small. There's an asymmetry. Small populations are very susceptible to even small negative impacts. So even if we agreed that these impacts were numerically, quote, small, they are not small. We're using small, or other people have testified are using the word small relative to numbers, but I'm talking about small relative to biological consequences, and they are not small at all relative to the biological consequences. The thresholds, the third reason these effects are not small, as I've sort of indicated already, is that the consequences of the negative effects are very large and in some cases irreversible. So, for instance, extinction, right? Small changes can lead to extinction for a very small population which experiences that small change disproportionate to a large species. Closure of fisheries, again, like once they're closed for a sufficient amount of time, the fishery is gone, right? The human infrastructure for it is gone, and that loss to beneficial uses is permanent. So again, that's different from a small impact. It's a very large consequence. And finally, this is sort of on a different thread here. The modeling, the biological modeling that DWR uses and that's used by others in analyzing the effects of projects like this, generate relative results. They're designed to show, is one project alternative better or worse than another? And maybe if you had multiple alternatives, how do we rank them in terms of badness or goodness of a certain effect? But they are not, and DWR says this repeatedly, they should not be taken as necessarily accurate indicators of an effect. So a negative 2% effect doesn't necessarily mean that the outcome will be negative 2%. It means it's worse than what it's being compared to. So if the DCP has a negative 2 or 3% effect on a species, it means it's worse than if you didn't have a DCP. And that's just about as far as we can take that result, because these are relative metrics. And again, to emphasize, the status quo of these species is already declined. So this is not just measuring a step in the wrong direction, it's measuring an acceleration of a trend that's already in the wrong direction.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions for Dr. Rosenfield.
Thank you. Ms. Tabor.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kenzie. I'm wondering if it would be possible by the end of the day today for the parties who intend to conduct cross-examination of Dr. Rosenfield to identify them how much time they expect to take, and also the same for Dr. Morgan. Mr. Cho's unable to be here today, but for his North Delta Water Agency witness purposes and Dr. Morgan's, it would be helpful to understand when they might appear on Monday, and whether North Delta would appear at all.
Understood. Let's do that. Thank you, Ms. Tabor. Let's do that and close to the end of our day. I think we'll know best then how much we have left, but
Thank you.
we'll certainly get to that. Thank you. And with that, I will look to you, Ms. Morris. Do you have questions for Dr. Rosenfield?
I do. Good afternoon, Dr. Rosenfield. How are you this afternoon?
I'm fine. Good afternoon.
Nice to see you again. I am going to apologize in advance because I think you and I are on a bit of a marathon. I estimate between 3 to 4 hours, and I will do my best to work on this over the weekend, but I do have quite a bit of questions for you. So thank you for your patience, and I appreciate you answering my questions.
And we will, feel free, Dr. Rosenfield, as we go through this marathon, let me know when you need a break, or Ms. Morris, you will also be in this. But we will certainly take a break at sometime soon, and before the end of our day. So with that, back to you, Ms. Morris.
Great. Preliminarily, if we could turn to your testimony, which I think is BK 100, and looking at page 45. I wanted to just preliminarily understand that this information that you used to create this table 1 on page 45 of your testimony, it came from a public records request. Is that correct?
The data did, yes.
And was that a public records request that you or Mr. Busher requested?
No, it wasn't.
Okay, and just so I understand which modeling results we're dealing with, was that the Public Records Act request that was on behalf of, was submitted by the SOMAC firm on behalf of their clients?
I don't know what firm submitted the request.
Okay. Who provided you the information?
I worked with Greg Reese of Friends of the River.
All right, thank you. I apologize, I have a lot of papers here. So looking at your testimony on paragraph 11, which I think is page 9. Sorry, we're going to be jumping around and pulling up a lot of documents. I wanted to ask you about the statements in your opinions here in paragraph 11. Did you perform a quantitative population viability analysis for any species to support your opinions listed in BK 100?
I did not. I relied on the analyses done by DWR and then lightly some of my own analyses like the one that you just looked at.
Okay, great, thank you. And looking at paragraph 16, which I believe is page 11, lines 14 through 18. If you can just orient yourself, let me know when you've had a second to look at that. And I'm looking at the sentence that begins, at a minimum.
Okay.
What literature cited in your testimony supports this statement?
The at a minimum statement. Is that what you mean?
That sentence.
Yeah. I'm looking at it again. There's no specific literature. The tunnel is designed to export water. And so I assume that it will export water. It's designed to increase flexibility according to DWR in how it operates its system so that it can take water from the Sacramento River when it otherwise would not be able to. And so that ability to take water when it otherwise would not be able to removes the water from the delta, prevents it from becoming delta outflow, and limits the ability to improve flows.
So would it be fair to say that that statement is based on some of your comments about flow being the master variable?
Yes.
Are there any studies in the peer-reviewed literature that have analyzed the population impacts of the DCP on fish and wildlife populations?
Can you repeat that question?
And preliminarily, if I say DCP, do we kind of agree that that's the Delta Conveyance Project?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So are there any studies in the peer-reviewed literature that have analyzed the population impacts of the Delta Conveyance Project on fish and wildlife populations?
I'm not aware of any studies in the peer-reviewed literature, but I think it would be hard to find studies in the peer-reviewed literature of DCP impacts because the DCP doesn't exist yet. And in fact, its operational plan is only recently released. So no, I'm not aware of studies that are per se about the effects of the Delta Conveyance Project in the published literature, but I, again, am aware of DWR's own analysis.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to look at your testimony, which is BK 100, on the bottom of page 11 onto the top of page 12. Okay, great. And here you state, in the words of the state board, and then you insert a quote. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if we could go to the citation that you list there, BK 210, Miss Mullen, please. And I believe it is PDF page 14. If we could scroll down. And then a little bit more, please. Thank you. And about in this, it appears that this is a quote from Fleener et al. From 2010. Do you see that?
I do.
And that it's actually Fleener who said, and if you look about in this block quote about, let's just call it, I cannot see on the
Yeah,
screen.
I see it's about 4 lines up from the bottom.
Yes, where it says we do know, and isn't it accurate that that quote is not directly the state board's words, but rather Fleener et al. 2010?
That is correct. It is Fleener et al.'s quote, but Fleener et al., to my recollection of that proceeding, Fleener et al. Was a panel of experts put together by the Water Board to assess the questions that are identified in this passage, in this pull quote. And right below that on the screen, you can say it says, the State Water Board concurs with this cautionary note.
Yes, I see that. Thank you. And if we could go to PDF page 1 of the same document. And do you see on this note to readers that that this, in essence, that this report, that the flows that would be needed is looking at the flows that would be needed in the delta ecosystem if fishery protection was the sole purpose for which its waters were put to beneficial use.
I don't see where you're referring to.
If you look at the first paragraph, it says that this report, and then it suggests the flows that would be needed. And if you read the rest of that sentence.
That's what it says. If fishery protection was the sole purpose for which its waters were put to beneficial use. Those are the words on the page.
And so is it your understanding that this report did not look at balancing other beneficial uses of water?
That's my understanding, and I wasn't using it in any way that I think would contradict that that position of the paper. I was using this as a scientific resource and a statement of the board's assessment of whether fish are in good condition and whether beneficial uses are reasonably protected. So I think that this sentence is in any way contradictory to what I quoted the board's expert panel as saying.
And I will, sorry, if you recall, do you recall the recommended unimpaired flow that came out of this report? If it was only looking for to benefit fisheries, do you recall the percentage of unimpaired flow?
I do, but I believe it's a few pages down in this report. We could probably find it.
Does it ring a bell that it was 75% unimpaired flow recommended from this report?
It rings a bell that the water board found that the protection of the public trust, which is what this report is about, would require about 75% of unimpaired delta outflow to become actual delta outflow, and about 75% of Sacramento River unimpaired inflow to actually flow into the Sacramento River. And there were month constraints around that, and there was a different unimpaired flow recommendation for the San Joaquin River. And again, that's if they were only using freshwater flow as a means to support the public trust.
And when you say public trust, in terms of this report, are you referring to the fishery protection specifically?
Well, the report is a report on the use of on the flows necessary to protect the public trust, and that was an assignment from the legislature. So I assume the legislature was going with the legal definition of the public trust, and the water board was responding in kind. And to my knowledge, fisheries are an important part of the public trust.
But if we look at the document on this page 1, would you disagree that it says, in keeping with the narrow focus of the legislation, this report only presents a technical assessment of flow and operational requirements to provide fishery protection under existing conditions?
That's what it says. Yep.
And are you aware of the plan for the update to the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan that the Water Board released in 2025?
I am.
And it does not follow the recommendation of 75% unimpaired flow as documented in the 2010 report, does it?
That's correct.
I think we can go back, Ms. Mullen, to BK 100. And Dr. Rosenfield, I find it helpful to sort of orient you where your testimony, where I'm asking questions. So I don't need to reread all of your testimony, but I am going to just direct you to the paragraphs that I'm going to ask questions on. Is that okay with you?
Sure, as a opening premise. Yeah.
It's not a trick question. I want to read a bunch of
I'm just trying to say that if I think that this paragraph you're looking at, there's a context for it before or after, then I'll point that out.
I appreciate that and I fully expect that. So I wanted to turn to paragraph 14, which is on page 24. Sorry, paragraph 24 on page 14. And I'm just looking in particular right around line 19, where it states, because DWR considers flows that are above the current minimum regulatory requirements to be excess. Do you see that?
Yes.
How do you define excess in the context of that paragraph?
I would define excess water as water that if it was river flow, estuarine flow, that if it were removed from the system, would produce an unmeasurably small impact to other beneficial uses.
Do you understand that there are additional requirements for the Delta Conveyance project operations beyond the existing D1641 requirements?
I do.
And similarly, do you understand there are additional requirements for the DCP beyond the existing biological opinions and ITP for existing state water project operations?
You're excluding the ITP for the DCP itself from that. Yes, I agree that there are conditions beyond those BIOPS and ITPs that you mentioned, and D1641.
Thank you. I think we're going to jump to page 17 of your testimony. I think it's paragraph 30. And I'll just orient you to, I believe, looking at lines 10, this is not to say that no additional diversion of water from the delta can occur without causing irreparable harm. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So my question is, do you agree that additional diversion of water from the delta can occur without causing irreparable harm to native fish and wildlife populations?
At times that are much less frequent and amounts that are much less than DWR's plans for the Delta Tunnel would allow, yes, I agree.
And in the context of this statement, how would you define irreparable harm?
I would define irreparable harm as changes to ecosystem conditions that move imperiled fish and wildlife closer to extinction, that may increase the likelihood of fisheries closures for those species that are contributing to fisheries now, or that reduce the likelihood that imperiled fish can recover, or that fisheries that are currently constrained can become less constrained, or that jeopardize delta water quality in such a way that it impacts the human communities or the fish and wildlife communities that use that water.
Thank you. So you would agree that in essence, in your testimony, you agree with protecting the ocean fishery.
Objection vague as to which fishery and what protecting it means.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, I was trying to get at the statement that that keeps fisheries from being closed, which in essence, the closure of a fishery is ocean fishery.
That's not true.
So let's explore that, Ms. Morris. Yeah, I think we need to be more specific.
What did you mean by keeping fisheries open?
The water quality control plan identifies fisheries as a beneficial use. It's I think the code for it is COMM, but it refers to both commercial and recreational fisheries. Those fisheries occur, some of them occur in the bay, and some of them occur in the ocean. They are for different fish, involve different participants, businesses. So they're not necessarily interchangeable. But currently, fisheries for Chinook salmon, as an example, are closed. The fishery for white sturgeon, which is in the bay and in the Delta fishery, is closed. All of the endangered creatures that I mentioned, they're fisheries that once existed that are closed, and were closed either before they became listed or as a result of them being listed. But nevertheless, the listing is not what's relevant. It's the State Water Board has identified as a beneficial use of the Bay Delta watershed water system, fishing as a beneficial use that needs to be reasonably protected. And I don't consider closure of a fishery to be reasonable protection. That sounds like not protected.
If we can look at page 33 of your testimony, or sorry, paragraph 33, page 18, starting at line 22, 24. And I wanted to ask you some questions about your quote that it's only, the ITP application is only guaranteed for 2 years. Dr. Rosenfeld, in your opinion and based on your experience, do you believe that California Department of Fish and Wildlife will issue an amendment for the Delta Conveyance Project after 2 years that is less protective of covered species?
Objection calls for speculation. Talking about 2045, maybe later.
Well, are you trying to get at Ms. Morris what the basis for his testimony is here?
I mean, he's essentially saying, yes, he's saying it's only guaranteed for 2 years, and that he's saying that in essence, imply that the operations could become less restrictive.
I think it is a speculative question. Can you try get at this a different way?
In your experience, I know that you've been involved in several pieces of litigation over biological opinions and ITPs. Is that correct?
Can you explain what you mean by involved?
Oh, did you cut out? I don't know. It looks like maybe you froze.
No, I think Dr. Rosenfield is here on our end, but it may be a connection.
I had a little glitch on Miss Morris's screen too, so it seems to be going both ways. What I asked is if you could define, I think you said participate in litigation, and I need you to clarify what you mean by participate.
In some instances, you participated as an expert, correct?
With regard to biological opinions, yes, not with regard to incidental take permits.
But as part of your profession, you track incidental take permits for the state water. Do you not?
Yes, I do.
And in your opinion, based on what you've seen in the past with incidental take permits, do you believe that CDFW would issue an amendment that is less protective of a covered species?
Yes.
And then I'd like to look at paragraph 37 of your testimony. And just a follow-up, will the DCP be able to operate in the future without an ITP?
I'm not an attorney.
Do you
So
have
I don't know the answer to that question.
I'm going to go back. You said that you do believe, in your opinion, that CDFW would issue an amendment that's less protective of covered species. What can you provide an example of in the past where that has occurred?
I want to clarify, I didn't say that they would issue. I said that in my experience, it is not, would not be the first time that I've seen that. It's,
Great.
again, like a speculation about what will happen whenever the phase 1 and phase 2 of DCP operations are completed after those 2 years, and there's a application, I assume, for an amendment. Like I don't know what they will do at that point, in large part because it relies on a lot of studies that haven't been done. And you know, the ITP doesn't have an effects analysis that goes along with it. So it's not clear at all what will happen when the ITP permit term is done. Like, we don't know what level of performance to expect from the existing ITP because there's no effects analysis to define that.
I want to on what you said a minute ago. I'm looking for an example of where an ITP has been less protective.
Going from 2020 to 2024. I believe the ITP is less protective in some respects in 2024 than it was in 2020.
But that was not an ITP amendment, right? That was a new.
See, this is why it's like I'm not an attorney, so it's an updated incidental take permit for the same project. Excuse me if I'm thinking that that is an amendment. In my parlance, that would be amending the permit.
Do you have any examples of an ITP amendment where the conditions were less protective of covered species?
I'm going to object as to vague as to what amendment means if 2020 to 2024 for the State Water Project doesn't count. I'm not sure what Ms. Morris is referring to.
What do you mean, Ms. Morris?
I mean that there are amendments to existing ITPs, and then there are wholly new analysis that look at long-term operations, which what Dr. Rosenfield referred to was a whole new analysis and issuance for long-term operations. But there are several often amendments to ITPs. And so I'm trying to understand what his example was.
I mean, again, like, not familiar with the legal world that you're prescribing as an amendment here, but I would consider each of the temporary urgency changes to water quality conditions, D1641, that occurred over the past decade, to be a change to the permit conditions outlined in or described in the ITPs, since the ITPs themselves incorporate and rely on the water quality standards of the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan and D1641. When those are changed, the ITP is changed, and CDFW approves, has to approve of, or does approve of, did approve of those temporary urgency changes. So, and they weakened protection every time by the state's own analysis. So, yes.
We're going into those. And if you want to characterize that TCP as an amendment, we can. I will accept that answer. Do you understand what information goes into an ITP amendment application?
Again, I'm not familiar with amendment applications and the specific term that you're identifying. I'm speaking in, I'm responding to a question that sounds like, our ITPs changed by CDFW in ways that weaken protection for the species covered in the ITP as a result of the project covered in the ITP? And the answer to that is yes, that happens.
Okay.
It happens by a form that I'm not familiar with. I don't know the internal mechanics of that, but it happens frequently.
So moving on to paragraph 37, just to orient you. So you brought up TUCPs, and let's talk about TUCPs. So in paragraph 37 of your testimony, which I believe is page 20.
I see it.
I wanted to pull up what's been marked as FOR-115. Miss Mullen, sorry. I'm hoping I get my sites and PDF pages right this time, but
We're going for FOR 1105.
FOR 115.
115. Thank you.
And can we scroll to the bottom of this? Yeah. I'm not sure this is right, but we'll give this a go. PDF page 27. I'm going to come back to this. This is definitely not the right citation, so I messed this one up. Is this a good time to take a quick break?
Sure, that would be fine. Let's go ahead and we'll do 10 minutes. We'll come back at 4:05. Thank you. All right, welcome back. Is our court reporter ready to go back on the record?
I am hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. It looks like we have Mr. Busher and we just need Dr. Rosenfield. And Dr. Rosenfield, if you can hear us, we are ready to get started. Welcome back. And with that, I will turn things back to you, Ms. Morris.
Okay, thank you. If we could pull up Friends of the River 115, PDF page 27. And if we could scroll towards the bottom of that page.
Sorry, can we go back to page 1 and just orient what this document is before we dive in?
Of course. Dr. Rosenfield, do you see this is a memo, a memo produced by the department about calcium 3 results for 2070 climate change and sea level projections and sensitivity analysis?
I see that.
And if we could go to page 27 to section 1.3.3. And if we could make that a little bit bigger. Would you agree that there were TUCPs in 2014, 2015, 2021, and 2022?
I think that I'd have to check back to what I wrote in my testimony. I believe that those are years when there were TUCPs that turned into TUC orders, but there were other years as well.
Okay. And do you agree that at least this document says the purpose of the TUCPs provide operational flexibility in meeting a range of priorities, which included maintaining minimum health and safety supplies to water contractors, preserving upstream storage for release later in the summer to control saltwater intrusion into the Delta, preserving cold water in Shasta Lake and other reservoirs to manage river temperatures for various runs of Chinook salmon and steelhead, and maintaining protections for state and federal endangered and threatened species and other fish and wildlife resources, and finally, to meet critical water supply needs.
Objection lacks foundation as to whether the witness is familiar with the document. And if the question is anything other than, does it say that, it's compound, overbroad.
What was your question, Ms. Morris?
If he agrees that the document states that that is the purpose of the TUCPs in those years.
Okay, well then we'll go with that. Dr. Rosenfield.
That's what the document states.
And if we could pull up CSPA 15. And Dr. Rosenfeld, do you see that this is a TUCO?
Yes.
And if we could please go to, would you agree that this is a temporary or urgency change order that was issued by the Water Board in February of 2015?
I don't see a date on it, so.
I think we could probably go to the last page. If you want to go back to the first page, I believe it states right there that this was in January of 2015. Do you see that the Department of Water Resources and the United States Bureau of Reclamation filed a temporary urgency change petition?
I thought you said February. I'm sorry. But I see that it says on January 23rd, 2015, those agencies jointly filed a petition.
And I think it was signed in February, so we can sure we can find that page. But at any rate, we can if we go to PDF page 25, do you see that this was signed by the executive director of the State Water Resources Control Board on February 3rd, 2015?
I see that.
And if we could go to page 9, PDF page 9 of this document, please. And do you see in the section that begins 2.6, the last sentence? Below is a summary of some of the significant conclusions from the biological reviews related to the status of the species and the potential effects of the TUCP.
I see that.
So would you agree that the State Water Board in the order summarized the significant conclusions from the biological reviews related to the status of species and the potential effects of the TUCP?
Yeah, I see that the State Water Board looked at the biological reviews and summarized them in granting the temporary urgency change order. But I know and believe that I cited in my testimony their conclusions about the effects of this TUC order in 2016 and found that there was devastating harm to the species involved. And also, per your earlier question, that this temporary urgency change did not have the result of adequately protecting cold water pool upstream to protect winter run Chinook salmon and other salmonids that spawn below Shasta Dam. And there were devastating results of high temperatures, so that the temporary urgency change did not have its intended effect.
And if we move to PDF page 19 and the top and then the bottom of page 20, do you see that the state and the conclusions that the State Water Board found that it had adequate information to make findings, one of which was number 3, that the approved changes as conditioned by the order will not have an unreasonable effect upon fish, wildlife, or other stream beneficial uses?
Again, I see that that was the conclusion, the finding that is necessary to grant the temporary change order, and that subsequently the same executive officer reached the conclusions that there was unreasonable harm on fish, wildlife, and other in-stream beneficial uses.
And if we go back to BK 211, which I believe is what you cite for that contention that you just stated, BK 211. And this is what you're citing to support your contention. And if we look at I hope it's PDF page 39 to 40. And you're familiar with this document, correct?
It's been a while, but yes.
Would you agree that the order you cited, acknowledging harm, it also includes a discussion of how the actions taken were reasonable at the time?
I see that it is an after the fact description that at the time the order was given, the executive officer found the petition to be reasonable. And again, there's, I believe, text in this order, it may be in a subsequent order. Again, I haven't looked at this in a little while, that says that there were unreasonable effects.
And can you,
the executive director stated, in fact, that he was wrong. I mean, there's video of that. I was at the hearing where he stated that he was wrong in reaching the conclusion that there would be reasonable protection.
Can you scroll down a little bit, please, Ms. Mullen? But you do see that the executive director, this decision that you cited says the actions that were taken were reasonable at the time. You see that?
I don't actually. Where are you looking?
The top, the paragraph where you can see that begins the State Water Board.
Yes.
Yeah. And if you scroll down and read, do you also understand that?
Can we stop there for a second? Because I see the next sentence says the state board also determines that the status quo of the past 2 years, meaning years when there were temporary urgency changes in effect, is not sustainable for fish and wildlife, and that changes to the drought planning and response process are needed to ensure that fish and wildlife are not unreasonably impacted in the future, and to ensure that various species do not go extinct.
Thank you. And if you continue down, do you agree that beginning on this order, also, would you agree that the State Water Board included requirements to improve processes such as temperature management during drought conditions?
I'm looking, is it this order also includes requirements? Is that what you're referring to?
All the way down on to the bottom of this page and onto the top of the next page.
Lastly, the order includes several provisions related to Sacramento River temperature issues discussed in greater detail below. I see that it says that there were several provisions included in the order.
Would you consider those to be improvements to the process?
I need to look and refresh my memory about what the provisions were. As to whether they were improvements, I will say that they were not adequate. If they were actually improvements, they weren't adequate because similar and worse temperature impacts happened in subsequent years under subsequent temporary urgency change orders, and a different executive director noted that the Bureau and DWR appeared to not be planning for these circumstances adequately to protect, in particular, winter run Chinook salmon. And I believe I cited that document as well.
We're going to get there, trust me. If we could scroll down, do you see on the page, PDF page 40, the sentence, if we could scroll down a little bit, Ms. Mullen? Perfect. This says significant changes to the temperature management process must be implemented. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. You also cite BK 237 as another example where the board acknowledged harm. If we could please pull up BK 237.
If we can stop for a second, just in line with the questions you've been asking me.
I'm sorry, I don't.
This is the passage that I was referring to earlier, although it was not successful.
There's no question pending, and this will take way more than 4 hours if we are just having a dialogue. So I would ask that if there's no question pending, that I be able to move to the next question.
That's fair. I want to make sure Dr. Rosenfield can, fully respond to your questions, but we do need a question pending. So let's.
Officer Kinsey, I apologize if I'm out of order, but I was just previously I had referenced in this document where the executive officer had admitted that they were not successful in protecting beneficial uses. And this is the paragraph that I was referring to. So I'm just calling attention to that to update my previous point.
Thank you. Yes.
Out of order.
And noted. I see that. Thank you.
So I think we're on to BK 237, which is where I wanted to move. And if we could go, Dr. Rosenfeld, this is your exhibit, so you're familiar with it?
I need to see the date to know which one of the orders I'm looking at.
If we can, you cited it in your testimony, so if we could to the bottom, perhaps the very last page. Usually that might be somewhere in the middle.
There we go.
2022. Thank you.
Okay. And if we could please go to page, so you are familiar with this document that you cited?
Yes.
And can we please go to PDF page 45? And then can you scroll down, please? And similarly to the last document, do you see in the conclusion section 7.0 that the board found that the petition will not have an unreasonable effect upon fish, wildlife, or other in-stream beneficial uses?
I see that's what it says, yes.
Okay, thank you. And if we can move back to your testimony, BK 100. I believe it's page 28, just confirming. Just to orient us, I'm looking at, I think it is the beginning on line 27 and moving over to page 29. Do you see that block quote?
On the top of page 29?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. And so you, in that quote, you're citing BK 209. And isn't it true that the citation that you provide is just for a single wild spawning salmon population below Shasta?
Can you clarify your question?
We can pull up the report. It's your citation, so I can't really clarify what you're trying to cite to. But if we
need to orient to what we're talking about here.
My question is about the citation that you provided for this statement.
Okay, can we look at that citation? Can we look at that exhibit so I can?
Sorry, just one sec. Do you see where you say on line 27, in NIMS most recent viability assessment of endangered species, the agency concluded, and then there's a block quote. You see that?
I do.
Okay. And my question is, isn't that citation, BK 209, only standing for the proposition, the citation you included, for a single wild spawning salmon population below Shasta?
It's standing for that proposition because there is only one extant spawning population, wild natural spawning population of winter Chinook salmon below Shasta Dam.
Are you aware that the decision to close the fishery that you cite to in page 31, lines 6 through 14 of your testimony included consideration of the Klamath stock?
So can we scroll down to
Which page are we on in the testimony?
31.
Thank you.
6 through 14.
Lines 6 through 14 here.
You're talking about the closing of the fishery? Correct?
I'm reading what I wrote here. Yes.
Okay. And my question is, are you aware that the decision to close the fishery included consideration of the Klamath stock?
objection vague? There's 3 different fishery closures referenced in this paragraph. So 23, 24, or 25.
I'm talking about all of them, but we can do them one by one.
No, I can answer the question. The fisheries management agencies consider the condition of the Klamath stocks and the Sacramento River stocks in setting the salmon fishery season for California and parts of Oregon.
And is the Klamath stock, are you aware if the Klamath stock has been categorized as overfished since 2018?
I'm not aware of the categorization of the Klamath River fishery.
And are you aware that I think you're stating that the fishery was also closed in 2024? Is that accurate, or do you know?
Yes.
And then looking at page 33 of your testimony. Looking at lines 1 through 13. And specifically, I'm looking at the citation that's marked on line 14.
I don't see a citation on 14. It ends at 13 on my screen.
Are we looking at page? Oh, I think I'm on the wrong page. Sorry. Yeah, I'm looking at the citation for the data on line 8, BK 131. You see that?
Where I'm citing Hans 2022 and certain panels in that report, BK 131.
Yes.
Yes, I see that.
Are you aware that the data you were citing in this paragraph was prior to the operation of the Georgiana Slough non-physical barrier?
I was not aware of that. No.
And looking at your testimony on page 35, lines 6 to 8. Beginning with the estimates of salvage, do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And to support the statement on lines 6 through 8, you have several citations. Would you agree that the citations you provided here are based on data collected prior to the implementation of the NIMS 2009 TVP SWP biological opinion
Yes, that's correct.
and other subsequent biological opinions that restrict South Delta operations relative to pre-2009 conditions?
The subsequent biological opinions are in many ways significantly weaker, but yes, this is prior to those issuance of those biological opinions.
And you're familiar with those biological opinions, are you not?
More or less.
Do you know if the 09 biological opinion took into account genetic confirmed winter run salmon?
What? Yeah, can you?
Objection vague as to
I'll
vague as to what biological opinion.
re-ask the question. Are you aware that the 09 biological opinion that we just talked about and you said you were aware of sorry, the question is, are you aware that the 09 biological opinion did not take into account genetic confirmed winter run salmon in terms of salvage?
I'd have to refresh my memory, but that sounds correct.
Are you aware that the way that winter run salmon were confirmed for purposes of the 09 biological opinion was based on the length at the time of catch?
That's correct, yes.
I want to move to page, oh, I guess we're already here, 35, line 24. I think so. I think this is a footnote, if I'm looking at this correctly. I think my eyes are getting really bad. I think this hearing is going to make me have to have readers or something.
Me too.
I think I'm looking at the footnote on line 24, number 2. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. With respect to the violation you're noting in BK 193, those were pertaining to exceedances of flow requirements for the Vernalis base flow objective, correct?
I believe that's right, yes.
and we can pull this up, but if you recall, we don't have to, it's up to you. And for April 2025, the monthly flow objective was 2,280 CFS. Would you like to just pull it up? Would that be easier?
Sure.
It's probably better for me too, because I won't transpose the numbers. If we go to BK 193, I think thanks, Miss Mullen, for jumping around for me. And if we can scroll down to page 1, do you see this is your citation, so you're obviously familiar with this document, correct?
Can we just scroll up to the top so I can see the? Okay, yes.
Okay. And then if we can scroll down a bit. Okay. So I'm looking specifically at April, under the heading April, and it states that for April 2025, the monthly flow objective for the base was 2,280. Is that correct? It's the first sentence under
That's what it says. Yep.
And it also states that the actual flow, I cannot read this for the life. Oh yeah, but that the actual flow of Vernalis for April 1st to the 18th was 2,236 CFS. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So as stated in this letter, the actual flow was 44 CFS below the objective. Correct?
That's what it does. Yep.
And there was a 7-day running average requirement in April of 18,240 CFS, correct?
I think it's 1,824, if I'm reading from above correctly. If that's
1,824. I'm sorry, not 18,000.
Yeah, it says that 7-day average was not exceeded during this period.
And if we can scroll down to the month of May. And looking at this section, do you agree that the monthly flow objective stated was also 2,208 CFS?
Yep, that's what it says.
And that the actual flow was 2,177 CFS, correct?
2,177. Yep.
So again, as stated in this letter, the actual flow was 31 CFS below the objective.
For 12 days, yes.
So and then would you agree, looking at the actions that the Bureau stated in this letter, as we scroll down onto page 2, that the Bureau made efforts to meet the objective, but were 31 CFS short?
Objection, Vegas to actions.
I think you can read the document and
I mean, if all we're doing is reading the document, I don't know why we're asking questions, but there's specific actions that we want to inquire about. Let's inquire about the specific actions.
Let's start here. We can start with this question, Dr. Rosenfield, if you can answer it.
I'm sorry, what is the question? There were actions?
Do you agree that Reclamation made efforts to meet the objective, but were 31 CFS short?
Objection, speculation as to what Reclamation did, right? The document says what it says. If the question is, does the document say that? Fine. If it's about what did Reclamation try to do, I don't know that Dr. Rosenfield can opine on what Reclamation did or did not try.
And that's fair, Mr. Busher. Maybe Ms. Morris, can we try this? I think your question changed, but I could be wrong. Can we try it again, please?
I think the basis is that saying that the Bureau repeatedly doesn't meet standards. And I think, he's citing this letter, and I presume that he's read it because he cited it. And it describes a number of actions which we can go through, but I don't think that's really worthwhile. So if the witness...
Maybe I can cut to the kernel here. I cited this letter to stand for the proposition that the Bureau repeatedly misses standards. violates water quality standards. I cited other cases. This letter identifies multiple days in 2 different months just this year where the Bureau violated a minimum flow requirement. These are minimum requirements. And indeed, this requirement has been updated, by the water board, not implemented yet. The water board acknowledges that these flow requirements for vernalis inflow are too weak to support fish, wildlife, fishery, water quality, etc. And the Bureau, having gone through those whole proceedings to update this very water quality standard because the water board finds it to be inadequate, is still violating it, is as recently as this year. So that's, I'm sure that I will assume that they tried stuff, but they didn't meet the water quality standard, and they know what the water quality standard is, and they didn't meet it for multiple days in 2 months. Like that's the proposition that I cited this memo from the Bureau for.
And you had already testified that is stated in this letter, we can look at PDF page 2, that the actual flow was 31 CFS below the objective, correct?
That's what the Bureau calculates for a 12-day period, 31 cubic feet per second. So each second, they're 31 CFS on average below what it needs to be.
And I did not want to do math in the afternoons. I had to do that all last week, so we're going to not do that math. If we can move to page 70, paragraph 71, which is on page 36 of your testimony. I'm looking at the statement that begins on line 9. Because of the novel diversion location. Oh, sorry, did we get there? Sometimes I get ahead, so you can stop me if it's
We're
not.
here. Yes.
Okay. Because of the novel diversion location and operations proposed for the DCP, estimated through Delta survival or overall survival where available are better and more comprehensive metrics of DCP impacts than projective salvage entrainment or OMR values alone. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you please clarify what you mean by overall survival?
Earlier, I showed during the direct exam a graphic from a paper by Cyril Michel that showed, for instance, a smolt to adult return. So through the life cycle from the point that the fish enter the delta till the point that they return to spawn and are measured upstream spawning. Let's see, where's the term? Well, that's what I meant by, what did I say? Total survival?
I think overall.
Overall survival. Yes, like through survival through the life cycle or estimated survival in that life stage that is moving through the delta are better indicators of the impact of the Delta Conveyance project than salvage entrainment or OMR, which are mainly functions of the South Delta facilities, right? So those metrics are telling you more about what's happening in the South Delta than the impacts of the DCP. So I would pay attention to metrics of overall survival, such as the modeling, the IOS, or the OBAN modeling, life cycle modeling that was done by DWR that showed reduced overall survival of winter run Chinook salmon under the project.
And that's what I wanted to get at. So just to confirm, when your meaning in essence would be something that would be assessed with a life cycle model.
Well, either a life cycle model, the overall survival, or estimated through delta survival, which are different models like the delta passage model, the particle tracking models. There are a few others that they use.
And regarding through delta survival and life cycle models, those were used in the DCP effects analysis, correct?
Injection vague as to what effects analysis? In the EIR, in the ITP application,
The ITP is the only one that has an effects analysis. Do you know what I mean when I say effects analysis, Dr. Rosenfield?
I know that DWR used life cycle models to evaluate the impacts of the project, particularly on winter run Chinook salmon. Yes.
And what about through delta survival models? Those were used in the ITP effects analysis, correct?
Yeah.
Objection. Just objection. Dr. Rosenfield already testified that there wasn't an effects analysis with the ITP, which I think his word was he found that odd or strange. So if we're going to call it an effects analysis, let's be specific about what we're talking about. If it's in the application, let's say the application or the EIR.
Great. In the application.
Yes, the Delta Passage model was, among others, was used to evaluate through Delta survival of several runs of Chinook salmon.
And the EIR similarly had a effects analysis, and those I can pull them up if you want, if we need to look at whether or not they existed. Do you have an understanding if the EIR had a different effects analysis?
I'm familiar with chapter 12 of the FEIR and its analysis of impacts on aquatic resources, particularly the fish, from proposed operations of the DCP.
Okay. And then if we can turn to BK 100, page 38. And looking at lines 3 to 18. I wanted to ask you, one, can you please pronounce BK 104, the author, so that I can learn how to pronounce it correctly?
BK Bashevkin and Maharja?
Yes, Bashevkin and Maharja.
I mean, I may be mispronouncing it, if so, I apologize to the authors.
Me
But
too.
that's how I've pronounced it.
Isn't it true that Bashevkin and Maharja data show that empirical data differences in temperature across water year types, not differences from water management action operations? And we can pull it up if that's helpful.
Yeah, it would be helpful to pull it up.
Ms. Mullen, could we pull up BK 104? I believe it's PDF page 11. I think we're going to have to scroll down a bit. Do you need me to re-ask my question?
I'm not sure what I'm looking at it on this page, or what you're asking me.
My question is that you are citing this, and isn't it true that the data is showing in this paper, showing that the empirical data shows differences in temperature across water year types, not differences from water management actions?
It would be difficult to separate water management actions from water year types. I mean, water management actions are governed by the hydrology of a given year. So they're empirical results, meaning based on the flow that happened.
So if we can look at, I believe it's page 11 of the report, PDF 12. They keep going down. And I believe it is the third line from the bottom, where it says the goal of this study is not to recommend the use of freshwater flow to manage water temperature, but rather to better understand temperature changes we would expect. And you can, if we could just scroll to the next page, well, it's going to split it based on the amount of freshwater flow that enters the system. Would you agree that the purpose of this study is not to recommend freshwater flow to manage temperature changes?
I agree that the authors did not want to recommend using freshwater flow to manage temperature,
And
that the purpose is to understand the effect, which is what I was referencing, of flow on water temperatures.
And would you agree that this paper, BK 104, did not evaluate the influence of atmospheric influences such as air temperature? If you want to scroll down, I think it states that on, I believe it's PDF page 16. Under next steps. Do you see where it says we did not evaluate the influence of atmospheric influences such as air temperature?
I see where it says that.
And would you agree that the model and reference in BK 104 showed that air temperature is directly linked to water temperature?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Would you agree that the model results that are shown in BK 104 show that air temperature is directly linked to water temperature?
I don't recall that finding in the study, but that makes sense.
If we can, I think I would like to look at.
Ms. Morris, if we're transitioning to a new topic, it may be a good time to break.
That is fine with me. That would
Okay.
be.
If that works. All right. We're at 4:48. I think we had one item to clean up. So I'm going to ask Ms. Morris, I think you've been, this is an estimate, but given breaks and when we started, I think you've been asking questions of Dr. Rosenfield for about an hour and you had estimated 3 to 4. Do you estimate about 3 hours remaining to finish your cross?
I got through about 10 pages and I have close to 46. So I will endeavor over the weekend to see if I can shorten these up. But yeah, I do think that it will. I think that's a pretty accurate estimate that I will need another hour or 3 hours.
3 hours.
I'm sure Dr. Rosenfeld does too.
Thank you. And then do you have an estimate for cross-examination of Dr. Morgan?
I do. I believe 30 to 45 minutes.
And then I will have the same questions for Mr. Krieger. Do you have an estimate for, I know it depends in part on content, but do you have an estimate first for Dr. Rosenfield and then Dr. Morgan?
At this rate, with respect to cross for Dr. Rosenfield, I would estimate 15 minutes or less, and same with Dr. Morgan.
Okay, thank you. So it sounds like Dr. Rosenfield will be with us at least definitely through the morning and possibly a little bit after our lunch break. We would then move to Dr. Morgan, but I do think we would get to at least the first of North Delta's witnesses, I think. But we probably have redirect, so I didn't take that into account in my estimate just now. Two hands came up at the same time. I'll start with Mr. Busher.
So I had asked previously, I heard from Ms. Morris and Mr. Krieger for their estimates. I don't know if there are any other parties intending to ask Dr. Rosenfield questions. That was going to be my question. And I think it's safe to assume there will be redirect and that it will be not particularly lengthy, but will exist.
Yeah, that's fair.
I can.
Go ahead, Ms. Morris.
I don't see Mr. Hanlon, but I did talk to him, and I do not believe he had questions for Dr. Rosenfeld. And I believe that the Bureau also did not, but that could change based on my questions.
Thank you for that information. Ms. Tabor, did you still want to jump in here?
I know Mr. Busher asked my question. Thank you.
Great. Nonetheless, I would think at least some of North Delta's witnesses, we would get started with them. So Ms. Morris, please.
Would it be fair maybe to say that we wouldn't start North Delta any earlier than 2 p.m. so that they can have more time certain?
That would be a kind thing to do. Yes. Thank you. We will not start with North Delta before 2 p.m. so those witnesses can do their day jobs. Thank you for that. Are there other issues we should address before we break until the 15th? And to all of you, and have a lovely weekend, and I will see you on the 15th.